One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Brandon. Brandon, 2 seconds. Oh, baby. Happy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Series E. It is Pop-Tarts week here. We are all excited to get into the action. I am your host, Yeso, ready to kick off a fun week of Apex Legends here with Esports Arena. It's going to be a good time. Hope you guys are as excited as I am. Getting a little bit of sneak preview there on the hot mic a little bit ago. But I want to break down exactly what Series E is for some of the folks that may be new coming into this stream here, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. That they let me in here and I'm still stuck in bronze, okay? Now, we have a bunch of teams, 9 in fact, that have qualified through our open qualifiers. Those teams have now been signed by our partnered brands, okay? Those players make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open qualifying squads, and then every Wednesday against some of the top pro squads from across North America and Europe. If you and your team want to get on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, let's go back to last week. It was a very interesting competition with a couple of teams coming out on top, and it was our partnered squads in back-to-back nights. On Tuesday night, we had Team Pop-Tarts with one of the most dominant single nights we have ever seen in Series E history. They won 4 out of 6 games, took 2nd and 5th in the other 2, and won by a wide margin. And this is a Team Pop-Tart squad that is trying to chase down Team Pringles, who still sits in first place in our partnered standings. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, we finally got our first partnered squad taking first place on a pro night, with Team Rice Krispies Treats coming out very strong with their new 3rd player, Tech Candy, having a great performance. Averaged 862 damage a game in his debut week, so definitely high expectations for Team Rice Krispies Treats as the season continues. With only 3 weeks left, they certainly have a lot of work to do to try and get back into that top 4. Now I want to take a look at our standings here. First, we'll take a look at the open standings for our squads. As I'll step over here to the side, we've got Lonely Fans still sitting at the top. They have been up there for almost the entire season. 322 points from them should mean they are very comfortable to lock up that spot in Season 3. If they can hang out there in first place for the final 3 weeks, they will be qualified there for Season 3. Now let's look at our partnered team standings here, and it's still, as I mentioned, Team Pringles on top. A 79-point gap for them over Team Pop-Tarts. Team Pop-Tarts has been extremely consistent at trying to catch them, but it's hard when Team Pringles comes out week after week, still putting points on the board and keeping that gap close. The real interesting conversation is going to be those 3rd and 4th place spots, currently held by Team Applejacks and Team Cheez-Its, who entered last week in those same positions, but we saw a bit of a shift. Team Razor was able to jump up into 3rd place after their performance last Tuesday, but then dropped back out of the top 4. And when you look at 3rd, 4th, all the way down to 6th, there's less than 100 points separating all of these squads. So it's going to be a very tight run down to the finish. There's only 3 weeks of competition left in the Series E Season 2, and only 2 of those teams can join Team Pop-Tarts and Pringles with that automatic qualification for Season 3. So definitely some things to keep an eye on. But as it is the start of the show here today, we get to do one of my favorite things, and that's play some Deal or Steal. I'm joined by CLG Vaxlon, so let's head over to the GVO zone. All right, Vaxlon here, welcome. How are we doing today, my friend? Happy to have you here.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Excited for some fun action here today, but we get to kick it off with a little bit of fun here with some Deal or Steal to break it down for all of you folks at home just how things shake out here. I've got 20 Apex crates filled with a range of prizes from all of our partners, okay? To start the game, Vaxlon is going to pick one of those crates to hold on to. We will then go through round after round, eliminating crates as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal that Vaxlon can either take or elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we get down to the end and Vaxlon accepts none of my deals, we'll crack open the crate he chose and see what's inside. If you folks at home want to get in on the action, come play Deal or Steal with me. Make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena for a shot to get raffled into the fun every halftime on the show. So make sure to do that. But Vaxlon, everything makes sense to you?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. Well, let's get into the fun. We'll slap the game up here on the board, and we'll start it off crates 1 through 20. You got to pick one to hold on here at the start.
I'll start with number 4.
Okay, number 4. Lucky number 4 up in that top corner will be Vaxlon's crate. And the first round here, we've got to eliminate 9 crates off the board. So let's go through those one by one. Okay. 9 have got to go.
18.
Okay.
16.
Number 18 here. We'll go one by one. We'll open it up, see what's inside, then we'll pick the next one. So let's go with 18.
Okay.
And that is going to be the Rice Krispies Treats pack, one of those white tiers off the board early. It was RKT week last week, but a good prize to knock off to start off. You said you wanted to go with 16 next?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to number 16. See what is inside. It's going to be the Pop-Tarts pack. It is Pop-Tarts week. That one off the board early. Good start, though, knocking off some of those white tiers. Right. Which one are we feeling next?
For sure. 11.
Number 11. All right, let's see what's inside. It's going to be 2,150 Apex coins, one of those low blue tier prizes, but still on a good roll. We got some CLG fans in chat, ASMR Crossing. I don't know, are you wearing your CLG joggers like I am today? Got to show up for the boys? I'm wearing them. I got them on right now. I kid you not.
There's actually no way you have them on right now.
You don't think I do?
There's no way.
You don't? I will show everybody when we come back to my cam later in the show. I promise you. I promise you. We got 18, 16, and 11 off the board. What are we picking next?
14.
14. Okay, let's crack that puppy open. What do we got inside? It's the $50 Walmart gift card. Okay. Those prizes get a little sweeter.
That's fine. 20.
Number 20, down to that bottom right corner. What do we have inside? It's the other 2150 Apex coins. Okay. Okay, I think we're in a good place right now.
17.
Number 17. Hitting those lower rows. Inside number 17, we've got an Esports Arena mystery box. One of those swag packs from the blue tier. There's still another one on the board, so it's okay. All is not lost. You still got those great purple tiers in the Xbox still alive, so there's still hope.
Yep.
3 more to go here for this round.
I'll go with, I'll go with number 6.
Number 6, okay, up to that second row. And that is the Rockstar pack. Shout out to our friends over at Rockstar. They've been keeping me going through these shows. Okay. Last 2, Vaxlon. Last 2, and then I got a deal for you.
8.
Okay, number 8. We haven't hit any of those purple tiers or the Xbox yet. Can we keep it going? No, the Xbox Series X off the board in round number 1. I'm sorry, Vaxlon. I feel like I jinxed you there a little bit. That's my bad.
Is there a redo?
I'm sorry, but we cannot redo it. I know. It's my bad.
That is horrible. All right. That's fine. I'll go with number 9.
Number 9. Back to that third row. Final crate to open here of round 1. It's going to be a Series E jersey of your choice. There's 2 of those on the board as well, so still another shot to get some Esports swag. He's not happy. The pup is not happy. They're saying, no, wait, not the jersey, please. Bear with us, folks. Vaxon will rejoin us here in a second. I would just like to prove, okay, for everybody at home, those are the CLG. Okay, I got the CLG joggers right there, just so we're all clear. I was not lying. I wouldn't lie to you, Vaxon. I'm an OG CLG fan. Okay, I have been since 2013.
Have the
yeah, come on.
I actually have the joggers on. Wow,
yeah, I wouldn't lie to you. Come on now. Come on.
I thought you were just joking.
No,
right.
no.
How many do I have left?
Okay, so that is round 1 done. So we can kind of take stock here. You had a really good start, but a bit of a stumble there at the end. The Xbox off the board, but I got, I think, a solid early deal for you here. You knocked both of them off the board, but given you were able to hit a bunch of those white tiers, I'm going to send you 2150 Apex coins. That is my offer this time around. You can take the deal, take the Apex coins and go home, or if you're feeling good about trying to hit one of those purple tiers or some Series E swag, you can say steal and we'll keep playing.
Wait, do I?
So you can either take
I say steal, right? If I want to keep going,
yeah.
I say steal, right?
If you want to keep going, just
okay,
say
yeah,
steal and we'll keep
we're
playing.
Stealing.
Okay, he says steal. That's
Steal.
okay. I hear you. Do you want to check with your dog first, just to make sure that that's the right choice? What's the dog's name? I gotta know.
Butters.
Butters. Oh, okay.
Butters,
I like it.
Butters.
That's
We all love
adorable.
Butters.
Okay. Butters is hoping that you get some Series E swag. I'll see if I can work something out later in the show. We got 6 to go this round, so we got to open up 6 crates before my next deal.
All right. I'll start with number 2 then.
Number 2. Up to that top row for the first time. Let's see what we got inside number 2. Can we get back to those white tiers? Ooh. The Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pro says goodbye.
Unfortunate.
Here at the start of round 2. Okay, rough start, but I think we can get this back together.
This is a rough start. I'm gonna go with number 12.
Number 12. Okay. What do we got inside number 12? Okay, the Esports Arena mystery box. Okay. All right, unfortunate there. 2 off. This is a little bit of a rough start. We got to get back under ourselves here. We got to get back to those white tiers. Hit that Nestle Splash, maybe the Pringles pack.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go with number 1.
Okay, number 1. Inside that one, we got the Razer backpack. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Okay. All right, let's take, Vaxon, I want to take a moment. We're going to just take a breath here. We're going to collect ourselves. Okay, we've knocked off 3 this round. We got 3 to go. We want to put some positive energy into this play, okay? We're going to reset. We're going for the rotate. We're pushing in for a fight here. We're going to get back to those white tiers, okay? Which one of these crates is speaking to you? I'm telling you right now, we're getting back to the white tiers with this one.
I mean, you might as well just tell me which one the keyboard is.
So you could just crack it open now and get it out of the way.
Let's get it over with. All right, I'll go with number 7.
Number 7, okay. What do we have in number 7? It's the Pringles pack. There we go. I told you we were going to get this back under control. You did it. Good choice with number 7. Couple more to go this round.
Okay, so okay. So how many more do I have left to
Two more this round, and then I'll have a deal for you.
Okay, I'm gonna go with number 13.
Number 13, lucky 13. Someone in chat was saying to pick it earlier. Let's see if they were right. Inside is the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack. There we go. We are back. We're back in this. That's 2 white tiers in a row. Can we make it? Can we make it 3 in a row to end round 2? Let's find out. What do you got, Vaxlon?
Number 5.
Number 5, okay. Let's crack that sucker open. Last one of round 2. It is the Nestle Splash Water Pack. There we go.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Back in
Little
it.
bit of a rough start, but you got your your sea legs there in the second round. The only problem
Yeah.
is I can't you if you eliminate 3 good prizes like you did to start the round, my deal's not going to improve for you that much, but it is Pop-Tarts week. I got a range of different awesome flavors over here. So my offer for you this time around is going to be a Pop-Tarts prize pack. Pop-Tarts pack, you take the deal here, we walk away. If you steal, let me break down how the game will end, okay? If you steal here, we eliminate 3 more crates. I will then have one final deal for you. If you don't take that deal either, then we just open up crate number 4 and you get what's inside.
Is that 48? I have 48.
Oh,
I get 48.
that would be
Or
the
is that
typical
just...
box is 16. I can't confirm.
Oh wow. Okay.
The typical box is 16.
Let's just steal. See what we got.
Vaxon says steal. Hey, you said it earlier. The keyboard's still up on the board. You can still get a Series Z jersey. So I think that you still got a good shot here to get into those upper prize tiers. Okay. So 3, 10, 15, 19. 3 of those 4 got to go.
15.
15. All right. Back down
15.
to that 4th row. Can the momentum keep rolling for Vaxlon here? And it will. To start the round, Nestle Splash Water Pack right there, the other one on the board. Okay.
Okay.
That's a great start. 2 more to go, and still another whites here up there to eliminate. The Cheez-Its pack. There's still a lot of Apex coins available as well, so I think we're starting to settle in here.
Okay. So I have a high chance of not taking out the keyboard.
You've got
So I'm gonna go with
a
number
75% chance to not hit the keyboard.
Yep. I'm gonna go with number 10.
Number 10. Okay. Inside number 10 is the Apex coins. 6,700 Apex coins. Okay.
That's fine.
So the prizes now still on the board is that Cheez-Its pack, the Series E jersey, and the keyboard. One of those is in crate number 4.
Chance. Okay. All right. Number. This is gonna be tough. Number 3.
Number 3. He's gonna isolate his crate up in that corner. Is it the Cheez-Its pack? Is it the jersey? Is it the keyboard? It's the jersey.
It is the jersey.
A Series E jersey of your choice. So, now we're down to the nitty-gritty. Cheez-Its pack. Raise your keyboard. That is what's inside the crates 4 and 19, okay? My offer for you here is we're going to go in the middle. I got a Series E jersey of your choice. Pick any of our branded squads. Great jerseys. I got a couple of them at home. I got a Rockstar and a Team Intel. You can take that deal, walk away. It's all yours. Or if you say steal, we crack open number 4 and you see what's inside. It's either the keyboard or the Cheez-Its pack. So it's a win-win, but what are you feeling?
Here's the thing. I have my CLG jerseys, you know?
Yeah.
I have plenty. I had too many.
Yeah.
So I want to go with steal.
All right. Vaxlon says steal. He's got all the CLG jerseys. Okay. So, are you feeling confident? Do you think you got the keyboard in number 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Vaxlon's feeling good. Let's see. Let's crack open crate number 4. Is it the dub to end the day? Vaxlon goes the distance, and it is, yes, the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. There we go.
It, man. Let's go. A comeback.
You know what? It was shaky for a little while, but Vaxon,
was
you
really
were just
shaky.
steady. There was never any fear there. You knew.
Yeah, exactly.
You just had a feeling. I like it. I appreciate the confidence. Pleasure to have you on with me, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was great.
All right.
That's
Well,
great. That was great. Nice COG joggers. I appreciate that.
thank you,
Nice.
sir. Thank you. Hey, I'm partner teams first, root for all the boys and support them. But, there's a little part of me every week that's like, all right, CLG, like, you guys got to go take out TSM. I'm tired of them winning.
I appreciate that.
So, pleasure, to have you here. Thank you so much for joining me. Looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow night on Pro Night. Definitely going to be a fun one.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
All right, guys.
You got it. You got it.
That does it for Vaxon and Deal or Steal. It is Pop-Tarts week, and I think I got some fresh, yes. I got some fresh, crisp apple Pop-Tarts here. That Frank made up for me. Shout out to Frank. He's the man. We're going to kick off Pop-Tarts week, folks. We got Series E. It is open night tonight. You're not going to want to miss it. Also, follow us on our socials. Subscribe to us here on Twitch to get a shot to play Deal or Steal with me, and head over to shop.esportsarena.com. Use code Pop-Tarts15 to get 15% off your order. Also, make sure to use !point Pop-Tarts in chat. If you want to get one of these boxes of Pop-Tarts, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Shop all these good flavors. And I'm just going to crush some Pop-Tarts. You guys have some fun.
Series E Apex Legends. Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Series E. Got Vicky Kitty with me. Vicky, how you feeling? I know that you're stoked.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We have some surprises that came out of nowhere today. So today is going to be a fantastic day here for the Series E tournament.
It is, and we just saw Vaxon really clutch it up in Deal or Steal. I mean, he wasn't giving up the entire time. You saw him possibly taking the Pop-Tarts. He was like, you get 48 of them? Definitely get 48 of them, but he stuck through. He got the Razor Black Widow, and if you guys are wondering, you could get 50% off your Pop-Tarts, Pop-Tarts 15 on the Esports Arena online store, so make sure you do that. It is Pop-Tarts week, and it is our open day here. So let's go ahead and get right into the format, because we know that's your typical ALGS format when you come here at Series E. It's 12 points for that win. And then, Vicky, obviously, you got to get a lot of kills. It's the open day, so the partner teams are going to be kind of picking on some of these open teams, but then the open teams are low-key really good here.
Yeah, you can't just be hiding out the entire time, although we saw a lot of that last week where Team Pop-Tarts, funny enough, were playing a lot more safer, playing more ring-based and location-based, so they wanted to prioritize their rotations, and, you can't be doing that all the time if you don't find yourself getting those kills that we had seen Team Razor put out for, so that's something to keep into consideration, because getting those kills is what's going to help you get that extra points aside from just placement.
Yeah, exactly. You got to go around and test your skill and kind of push the limits. That's how all these pro players got to where they were at. They're constantly kind of pushing the envelope of what the meta is going to be. We've obviously had some changes. The bow, the Spitfire, fortunately have been nerfed, slight nerfs going forward. And it's really important because balance is really what Apex is all about. And you see some of the pros tweeting about it. I saw it Snipe Down talking about how happy he was that Respawn was doing it. And OG Ghost Ayami behind the scenes putting in work over here as we take a look at the teams. And any teams that you like to watch, Vicky? Kind of standout teams for last week. You're talking about Razor a little bit. Who did you like watching?
Ooh, honestly, I like the decision making that went into Team Pop-Tart, but I would like to say that probably my favorite team that came out on top and really showed off, especially in the last two games, was Team Pringles. So I got my eyes on Team Pringles because they closed in the gap rather quickly in just a span of 3 games, despite actually seeing Team Pop-Tart get 4 games, completely taking first place out of 6 that we're going to be seeing again today. So yeah, Team Pringles, they're definitely on my radar.
Pringles is pretty ridiculous. They're one of the teams that's on my radar too. Team Cheez-It, obviously, as well. When we talk about the battle of the chips, they're sitting right next to each other. Applejacks, they have their 50-50s that go over towards Tree, so they're constantly getting contested. Lonely Fans is one of our top open teams that we have here.
Mhm.
And then a team that has been kind of picking it up recently, who is struggling big time, is NPL, Nestle Splashdown there, sitting with Ronnie, Dracos, and Bambino. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to do. You got to always keep your eyes on Team Rockstar as well. Obviously, Intel and Razor too, going and naming all the partner teams that we have. Intel kind of up and down, a little bit inconsistent during Series E, but when they pop off, they look like one of the best teams here and like they can win a tournament. But I'm glad that you mentioned Team Pringles, because week after week, these are probably the most impressive plays I've seen from Team Pringles in a really long time. And going back and talking about our season one, you weren't here for season one, Vicky, but this is one of our teams that had to go through the relegation. So this is a new Pringles roster that we have, and they are really doing Pringles some serious justice with the way they've been playing.
Talking about making a crunch to the bracket, I mean, overall, the last time they really kind of made an impact was, I believe, week number 4 within the Open, and then suddenly on number 9 of the Open, they really just popped off, and I feel like they brought in a different game plan. So that's something to note when you take a look at Team Pringles, and of course, Team Pop-Tarts. They themselves, they really did a good job last week. So hopefully, they could bring some of that energy into this week for the number 10th week of the Open.
Yeah, and Fury's been playing phenomenal. I think Farmer Lucas is one of my players on Team Pop-Tarts that continues to impress me the way that they're playing. I'm curious to see what kind of meta we're going to have, again, with the open teams. Compositions really come into play here. If there's going to be a Crypto, if there's going to be a Revenant Octane composition, it really throws a wrench in the rest of the way that these players play. But I think the key on open day is, just like you were talking about, it's really about getting kills. You have to run around and you have to take advantage of maybe some of these teams where it's their first time in Series E and you've been playing for weeks now in Season 2 and possibly even in Season 1 if you were lucky enough to continue to play through that and have that. So I want to see, again, which kind of our open teams surprise us and which names kind of pop out, but also who's going to be willing to, take the fights, play aggressive, and play confident. So we'll see if it's going to be Team Pop-Tarts during their week. You were talking about the way that they kind of like to play is really interesting. There's a lot of other pro teams that have the same mentality, and it really depends on your composition. I haven't really, talked to you about League of Legends or about Apex Legends that much. How do you like to play? What's your play style? What legend do you like, Vicky?
I actually love Bloodhound, and it's funny because something that I noted from Team Pop-Tarts was that they were playing very beacon friendly. They wanted to play positioning, and that's why they weren't as aggressive as we were seeing teams like Team Razor, for example, that they constantly landed in Skyhook to get that early KP. But then taking a look at the way that Pop-Tarts would play and prioritize those beacons, and you could see them constantly rotating and prioritizing those beacons for placement and positioning, and that's what really allowed them to excel, especially in the 4 games that they took. And that's actually very similar to the way that I play, especially, when you try hard and ranked. I play very beacon safe. So that way, if I could get the KP early, it's kind of getting that perfect mix of passive aggressiveness that you would if you got Team Razor and Team Pop-Tarts and combine them together. It's that passive aggressive play that allows you to really shine through. And I feel like if we see Pop-Tarts make that aggressive note a little bit better within the team composition, then it's going to be really difficult to see that change up and to see other teams catch up. But of course, it all depends to see if they're consistent, because you saw Team Razor, you saw Team Pringles. We were talking about them earlier, and those 2 teams overall, they were kind of on Team Pop-Tart's tail, despite the fact that they took those 4 games.
Yeah, Team Razor has always been one of our teams that comes out and dominates during our open day. And you could be kind of stuck left behind if you're playing over towards the beacon side, depending on how strong the lobby is. Some weeks are different than others because you'll have actual pro teams come through and mix match with their squads, and some teams from even Europe will come through and play on Series E on our open day. Fortunately for our partner teams, we don't have any players like Nasky in here today and some of those other guys that come through and play. So it's going to be, a lot of opportunities to go and get the kills. We'll see if the passive aggressive play likes to, if it works out. I really think that when you go and you play the edge of the zone and you go and take these fights, you do run that risk of getting third-partied. Obviously, Apex is a huge third-party game, and that's what these players are waiting for, is that opportunity waiting in the kill feed. And one of the first things that you start to do when you play Apex and you realize, you have to understand the sounds of the gun and which guns are in the kill feed, so you can see, okay, that gun is actually shooting near me. So if you're having, a problem with third parties, or if you're having a problem learning the game, that's one of the first things that you need to do is be like, okay, what are my surroundings? Am I actually hearing the gun that's shooting right now. And I think that's the problem that a lot of players had with the bow, is how silent it was. And they really don't know exactly what's happening. They're like, okay, where am I being shot from? I'm getting hit for over 100 damage, and I have no idea where it's coming from. So, you know, changes to the damage are really important, but sound is really important in Apex as well. So we'll see how Team Pop-Tarts does. It looks like they are making their landing spot over towards, they're scouting out Geyser temporarily, but they are definitely making their way over towards the fragment side, and now they're going over towards No Name. So interesting split here. It looks like it's going to be a Geyser No Name split. Sometimes you want to go over towards No Name and hit that beacon when you go over towards Geyser if you don't have it at Geyser. So we'll see if they have that beacon in the very back here. The loot is kind of scarce here, but we do have a scan. Thank you for pulling up the map. And that's going to be over towards the south side, looking like possibly Dome.
Yeah, and you actually saw the split go right back to Geyser because, you know, Team Pop-Tarts, they recognized that there was already a team at No Name, so that's something to consider as they make their rotations over to Sorting Factory. And as we see some of these teams get set up, a lot of them are already trying to rotate, find some of that aggression. Some people already down in the kill feed, and we already got Epicenter with all the action going down.
Yeah, Epicenter is one of the areas that are highly contested, and then teams can get third-partied from a handful of different areas. So you'll see possibly a team coming in from Survey, possibly the team coming in from Refinery, but that's going to be Sleepy Panda coming in big. And that's going to be Sir Lifty getting res. So Fat Fruit Ninja, one of our former pro players here on Series E, now playing with Absolute Monarchy, trying to get back in. And now Nestle Pure Life, speaking of over towards this side of the map, we have another 50-50, this time with the Splash Squad, and you can see Bambino rocking that Valkyrie, having the purple armor, so he's going to be feeling confident. Dracos has his bubble if he needs to use it. A couple of cells this early in the game are going to be pretty good, but there's a lot of action here, Vicky, on this north side of the map. You're going to have, obviously, 50-50s taking place in two spots right next to each other, so if you're landing a Refinery right now, you have a lot of opportunity for some third parties.
Yeah, and this is a tricky situation too. You're trying to play the high ground here, but you have to risk the watchtower, and it seems as if Bambino needs to retreat to try to recharge some of that purple shield if they can at the same time. They're kind of getting out-traded, and out they're going here. Esports going on, and he only has a bow check. Can he clutch this out? He has to dance around like give me shield, but coming in from behind. Splash now close things up. They had the number advantage, and unfortunately that's what's going to happen when you're forced into a 2v1 situation, rather a 3v1 situation.
Yeah, really nicely done by Splash, taking their time there. Getting the high ground was great. The bait and switch coming in from Bambino. Everybody was playing on that roof like you were talking about, taking little head glitches. That's exactly how you want to execute this one. The problem is when you land over towards this overlook side, there's really not that much loot. I mean, the loot is fairly good, but it's really only enough loot for one team. If another team comes over there and then starts popping cells and batteries, you're going to have to find, you know, some sort of crafting table and then get back into this one as Team Pringles is making their rotation, and they're not that far from where this zone's going to be. So this is a really important fight, and when you look at that clock right around 30 seconds, this is where a lot of other teams are going to be in the vicinity. So Phony's going to have to make some big plays here.
Yeah, you saw that Phony actually only scanned 2 here, and with the rest of the team in those comms, they already got 1 down, and now it's just a matter of closing things up with the last member who's trying to hide from underneath, force out the Gibby shield, and that's all she wrote there. They saw the opportunity and they took it, and now they have some KP to work with.
Yeah, this is great. Again, being on the low ground, though, while teams are rotating, is that 2 KP going to be worth it now? Team Cheez-It has the high ground. They understand the situation, so they're going to be trying to grief these guys down from below, and they understand this is exactly what we're talking about. Paying attention to the kill feed, paying attention to which guns are being used. They know exactly who's in the vicinity, and it's one of their arch rivals over here is Team Pop-Tarts. We hop on board with them. They're still on over towards the Geyser side, trying to pick up some crafting materials on their way out. They do have the team that's rotating from that Lava City choke, so they were not expecting to go where they wanted to rotate and expect another team to be in the area. So this is a very, very weird fight here from Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, especially since they're playing that low ground. You can see the pokes coming out, but unfortunately Stomp's getting a little outtraded, wants to make sure to heal up some of that shield, but the rest of Team Pop-Tarts all have white Evo shields, so they want to get in some of that poke so that way they can have a better fighting chance. And you made mention of it, there's another team fighting on that high ground closer to the railroad by Lava City, and you want to be wary of that because they could hear all the gunfire being thrown out, and that's a risk for a third party.
And this team is kind of doing some weird routes right here, and yeah, that's going right out in the open. That was interesting play right there, and I think that Team Pop-Tarts recognized that as soon as the other team kind of stopped out trading them and made the rotate, they realized that that was a huge mistake and punished them for running out into the open as we hop on board with Nestle Splash again. This is their second fight. They're trying to take it over to Absolute Monarchy. That's going to be Sleepy Panda getting traded out with Bambino. Ronnie coming through, taking down Fat Fruit Ninja. It's Strakos and Ronnie, but they're both fairly weak. Will Ronnie pop a battery here? He's actually going to pop the Q and dip out. May get a Tomcat Rat Cam here. But if he's lucky, because I don't even know if he's going to be able to survive throughout all of this. This is what Ronnie does best. Hitting a battery here, dodging all these nades, dodging thermites, defensive bombardments. Expect him to probably win the game. This is what Ronnie does.
Oh, this is the comeback arc that you love to see too. And Draco also being a homie right here, having that knockdown shield to help protect Ronnie from that arc star that was thrown out, being able to wait out to get back onto the queue, and does Void right out of that situation, has to reposition. But meanwhile, Pop-Tarts is still at Geyser. They've lost Impulse. Now the gold backpack coming out from Stomps is gonna help out, but you have to watch out. They took the portal back, and now Year One unfortunately does pull out the res, but you already saw Lucas unfortunately was in the animation to come back, and that's all she wrote for Team Pop-Tarts. They're out of this fight, and it's gonna be Rockstar that take their heads.
Yeah, Tempest is no joke. He's one of the stronger controller players that we have here in Series Z. You get up close and you're going to be struggling against him, and you can see him standing still as he's looting right there, trying to make his way through. As Ronnie actually gets Strakos back up for being the homie, and then he also has Bambino's banner, so we'll see if Ratboy Ronnie can get out of this situation. He may have to fight his way out of this situation, though, so he's chucking a couple bows over there and has 15 seconds until that Wraith Q comes up. We'll see if they're going to be able to get this crafting materials and the res in the very back of Refinery. I mean, this is zone number 1. You could literally just big chill right here with this crafting table is absolutely huge, especially if there's meds in there, and they have syringes, and there is med kits inside of there. So they are going to be big chilling over here, and I think they're probably going to stick that res inside the zone, especially with the blue armor that they saw right in front of them.
Yeah, and the box is right there too. That'll be a really good idea to actually just commit to getting the resin refinery. You also have the circle ending up in Fragment East. You could go for the long rotation to no name. And now as we do get set up here at Harvester, it's Team Razor that are making their way over, trying to get some KP themselves. They're looking hefty on shields already, so this could be a potential good fight for them. Does get that Arc Star slowdown going on, but doesn't want to overcommit at the same time. Luckily, they do have the portal just to get out of the situation, as well as the Q that you just saw them pop. Now here comes the bombardment, though, to force them to form inside the building if they do want to overcommit to that. They're just trying to play safe, try to poke out instead. You currently have Team Razor now being able to be aware of where their positioning is, thanks to that Bloodhound ult. It's going to be really helpful here, because now they know whether they could rotate around them instead.
The Goofballs, one of our open teams, looking pretty solid here in terms of the trades against one of our best team fighting partnered teams that we have. You saw the spray coming from Zeratricky, the tracking always ridiculous, but it was answered right back. Serial had to queue out, he dipped out, the bubble had to be used, and anytime the Gibby bubble is used first, you have a huge advantage. So I'm surprised that Zeratricky actually didn't toss his defensive bombardment and then force them back inside. That could have been a huge play. And that just goes to show the amount of respect they have for this team. They have no idea what this team actually is unless Nox come through. So it's going to be interesting to see how that happens. And we're old school Halo Pro, so I always loved that when you hovered over in Halo, you temporarily saw which player's name that was. I wonder if they'll ever add that to Apex.
Oh, that would be crazy. But wow, I don't know what hit Davis there, but he had gotten hit really hard. Not only did he eat all his shields, but half of his health as well. So he has to back off. The bombardment's also coming down, but they are getting some picks, or rather some tick damage with the thermite. They're still finding these trades, and you talk about respect here, T-Squared, and it's Goofballs who are actually buying that respect away from Razor. They're still trying to find their different escape options here, but we're going over to Rice Krispies, who are finding themselves in a little bit of a pickle. They are guarding these entrance doors, but having that Bloodhound is going to allow Team Rice Krispie Treats to know exactly where they're coming from. And you know, you currently see the opposition, they do as well, and they have the Valkyrie to get out of there if they need to.
Yeah, and speaking of Valkyrie, that was one of the keys for Nestle Splash too, is they have the Valkyrie to hit the rotation really fast. So there was, you know, a good chance that they've already made their way pretty far, as Rice Krispie Treats is gonna run the risk of getting third party here. I mean, this is a very sticky situation. You could hold inside the building and be fine, but that team on the roof is in a tough spot as it looks like Razor is finally going to send this one over towards the side. That's going to be double knocks, and that's going to be Z Davis, the last player, going down. So they were buying their time for quite some time, but that's the power of the scan coming in from Mr. Hakulo and that Bloodhound. Once you have an opportunity to push, once you see anybody's a little bit split, that's when you're going to pounce on that one. Is looks like some really nice shots coming in from Bird. Takes that player down to no shields, and again, the team inside the building here has a huge advantage because they are completely safe, and the team on the outside has to worry about getting third-partied.
Yeah, and you talk about long fights that we had seen in Harvester, where we're seeing something similar play out right now. Team Intel now just wants to get in some of that poke damage. They don't want to overcommit at the same time. They know they're getting scanned. A scan for a scan to assert dominance here in the Bloodhound Ditto that we usually see. But they also have to be wary of the scans coming over to the side. And here comes Team Rockstar, though, now trying to utilize this high ground positioning, forcing out the Gibby shield. But you can't ignore the fact that they were originally fighting from within that building. They do have line of sight, but currently see Oin Senpai taking so much damage and forcing out that Gibby bubble. They're going to get out of that situation. They're going to go in for a reposition.
Yeah, they basically sandwiched themselves. They needed to kind of play that one a little bit more patient and wait for the teams to let that one play out, as Hakulo going to get another knock right there. That's going to be on to Pander, so they're continuing to pop off. I believe that's still over towards that Harvester side. Is tough situation to be in right now, as they do have to force their way through. The zone is closing. You can see Zeratricky. He is going to take a little bit of damage. Has an opportunity to hit his syringe right now if he wants to. Otherwise, he's going to go down, and he does pop that one. So good timing coming in from Zeratricky. They also have the gold armor to go and share the heals if they really need to. But it's not zone 3. They should be fine just temporarily, as Team Cheez-It find themselves a little bit of a skirmish over here with the bubble going down from Rakinishu. And I love when Rakinishu switches off Bloodhound and goes on over to Gibraltar. I feel like he just really understands this legend, does so much for his team throughout all of these situations. Let someone else play the Bloodhound, hit the scans, and like you said, go scan for scan. Nothing's more annoying than just the scan for scan battles.
Right, and you can already see the way that Cheez-It is playing this. They're able to find two and currently have a rat over to the side, but he's one, so he's gonna run away. He doesn't want to try to contest unless they try to overcommit. Instead, they're gonna opt for the positioning, and they notice that somebody's behind them. That was a great scan. They wanted to make sure that no one was gonna try to overcommit and try to third party in that situation, and instead of them getting the jump on them, it's Cheez-Its that are ready, throwing out these thermites for more blockage, so that way they can't really formulate inside this tunnel, but taking so much damage, forcing out the Gibby bubble. This is gonna force Cheez-Its out of position, and now the portal's gonna be done, so Cheez-Its could not only just reposition, but heal up in time, because they took a lot of damage there, and that's gonna be a lot of pressure from the other team that's fighting for them by that Volt.
It's always bad news when you have to use your bubble and then your teammate doesn't even use the bubble. He just runs right by it, and then you don't have it for another, feels like, year, as it looks like there's still 17 seconds left on that one. Zone does hard pull over towards Dome. This is going to be a huge Gibraltar zone. It's directly out in the open. Teams that could possibly play high grounds on certain rocks over there, but Nestle Splash and a little bit of a fight over here. Sorting Factory, it's kind of slowed down just a little bit as they're playing the door game, kind of blocking each one. One thermite on that side would change everything, but it looks like Ronnie is... What?
Oh, okay. That's not supposed to happen. Are they gonna push on that? Oh no. I would be upset. Just having one of your boxes poking out. Yeah, right? Poking out of the wall. Like, well, that was not part of the patch notes today. I don't know if that was supposed to go through.
Yeah, right. I didn't see that one in there in the tweet. So now Nestle Splash, after their investigation, we'll have to get, you know, who's really good at these is CEO Tyler is going to be on the case, and he's always looking to replace certain players in Series E. So we'll see if he finds his opportunity to finally make his way onto the partner teams. His bubble is going to go down. Draco's trying to cover his back. He's going to have to pop a battery, and he's going to block the door, but no battery. That's going to be just cells. That's tough news over here. May have to toss the defensive bombardment before he starts healing up, and Ronnie looks like he's going to possibly pop a portal. No, they're going to wait over towards this crafting station area. This is not a lot of cover to work with. Bambino may even want to consider dipping out with Valkyrie here.
And there's two other teams to their left right here in sorting. So this, as they make this rotation, they do have some time at least while they fight to get out, but they're not fighting each other. Instead, they're fixated on Nestle here, and instead it's going to be the bombardment coming down and the Bloodhound scan as well to get in that follow-up. This is going to be a tricky situation since the bubble was used not too long ago, and you see Gibby Bubble for Gibby Bubble, and meanwhile, Team Cheez-It, they're in the back lines, they're adding in some of these extra pokes. Oh, no shield in that. Instead, does get hit for Flesh with a grenade, does get scanned at the same time, but remember, there's another squad that's over to sorting. They do clean things up, but for how long can they loot before another team rotates in their direction? Catching 6 off of the Stoner scan, but don't turn your back. It's Team Cheez-It now that are going inside, not only to take some cover, but find some flesh damage out for the rest of the team that's still fighting over it by sorting.
Really nice plays coming in from Cheez-It. I'm just wondering why Nestle Splash doesn't utilize the Valkyrie in that situation. It's a great opportunity to kind of get out of jail free and get away from all of this hectic fighting that's happening as Cheez-It is just tearing into all these different teams. They still have another team over towards the left. One more scan from Joey Blackout is going to show exactly how many players they're going to have to fight through as Rakinishu is going to finish off Hakulo. Look at the amount of death boxes over there, and Team Pringles with the Prowler Volt combo. Phony's tracking absolutely insane as he's going to drop Sir Lifty, and it looks like Fury's on the low ground though, so he's away from his team. Is Phony going to just solo this one?
Oh, and you were talking about how this is a Gibby circle, and you could just take a look at the dance of these Gibby bubbles going in when you have to dance around that shield. It's going to be the Bloodhound ult online for Cheez-It, but they've taken control over this graveyard, and they have some materials that they could work with here. And catching somebody on the scan, take a look at their KP. Not only that, but there's 5 squads left, so Team Cheez-It looking pretty good for themselves, and now going to be able to utilize the portal as well as the geyser that the portal's going to lead them to, so that way they can go in for a quick repositioning if they need.
Yeah, and he's going to bounce back and forth into the geyser just to try to get information, see if anybody's going to be shooting him. But they're going to have to go together, and then it's up to Rakinishu, so that's why they're kind of bouncing up and down. Like we were talking about, they have to play around a bubble, and they're going to play this little ledge right here. You'll be surprised as you try to start pushing forward what you could find, and it looks like they're going to find a little bit of safe haven right there as they're trying to avoid Blueberry and Lonely Fans, who's been setting up on top of this hill, waiting for teams to make their way up the high ground, and you can see the shots there, not going to quite land. But that's what he's been waiting for. All these teams to start to rotate their way over towards the edge. Unfortunately for Team Pringles, that's not the rotation they were looking for. They're going to get dropped to Team Applejacks, who if the zone pulled over towards them, they would have been in the perfect position. But they are going to have to make the rotation themselves. You see the pings going down.
Yeah, they're going to try to prioritize positioning, especially since they already got some of that extra KP, noticing that it was round 4, and a team is already set up on the high ground as they do try to get set up, but they have to be wary because it looks like not only do they have circle advantage, they also have the high ground themselves. So as you currently have Applejacks making their way over, I'm glad we saw Lonely Fans a little bit there too, because we were making note of how well they've been performing as of recent, but ooh, the pressure coming onto Applejacks, forcing out the shield bat, and it's going to be Dupe, who is also going to have to forcibly put out the Phoenix kit. Currently see the way that they're playing right now, they're a little split up because of that pressure that's being put onto them by this, by Lonely Fans, of course, and on the top of that, Pride Rock.
Yeah, this is great right here for Lonely Fans. They have perfect positioning. Defensive bombardment is going to be used, and that team is going to go down, actually. Dupe is going to be knocked by Blueberry. We see him with the Sentinel earlier, and he's going to be able to answer that one. Joey Blackout and Rakinishu are actually going to help try to get the finish right there. And that's going to be Applejacks a little bit crippled as Blight is in just such a good spot right here, Vicky. He can lay down so many different shots with this scout. The 3x is perfect. And unfortunately for him, that's going to be some stolen kills coming in the backhand side, coming in from Team Cheez-It and Prodigy Aces as well. But we'll see how many teams are going to rotate towards them. It's only one more squad, so this is a straight 50-50 with the low ground for Team Cheez-It. So high ground in favor of Lonely Fans. Typically, they're going to be winning this, but depends on the utility that's used. Joey Blackout still has his piece of the hunt. Will Rakinishu have his defensive bombardment? That would be huge for getting them off.
Especially since they've been so lethal on this high ground. They need to be forced off at this point. I mean, that's one way to back them off, as they do lose the trade and lose those shields. And only having shield cells, they are forced to have some extra shields. It looks like they've been up on this high ground for a bit if they're starving out on some materials right now. Oh, what a perfectly placed grenade! What? The way that bounced and it didn't roll down, okay. And this is the way that Team Cheez-It could do it. Thankfully, you have the Valkyrie to lift you up, but to dance around the bombardment, is it even gonna be enough? You don't want to give up this high ground, and you've lost both of your teammates. That's gonna be it. And despite the odds, Team Cheez-It take the first game of the night.
Team Cheez-It just dominated right there. Absolutely ridiculous, Nate Vicky. Did you see that one? Just kind of, it just like blew up instantly. It didn't slowly trickle down. It was like he cooked that one. You know, we got to look at these patch notes. Something's fishy. Something's fishy going on here at Series E. We're gonna investigate that. We're gonna tally up the scores. We'll be right back. That was game number 1 here.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts, and I'm about to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart. That is the best Pop-Tart by far. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance, I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love that. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Your host, Yeso here. And after our first game of the day, we got Team Cheez-Its coming out on top with possibly the cleanest frag throw I have ever seen to set up that finish. Great game there from the Cheez-Its boys, and they are a squad that has kind of struggled. They've been up and down as of late. We talked about it at the top of the day. That point gap that they had sitting in 3rd and 4th place has closed. Teams Razor, Rockstar, and others have closed that gap, and so Team Cheez-Its is going to have to pick it up here if they want to hold on to that top 4 placing and secure their spot in Season 3. But it's certainly a great step towards that, grabbing a win here in game number 1. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the first game of the day. Prodigy Aces leading the way here with the squad, and Rack and Nishu grabbing kill leader for that first game. Has been a very consistent player throughout this season. Great performance from him, and then Prodigy Aces is apologies for the screen right there, but over 1,200 damage for him in that first game. Bit of a low damage number, so that kind of shows you that it was quite a low action game overall. But we will look for some higher numbers as the day continues. I also want to remind you folks of a couple things. Make sure you're hitting exclamation point giveaway to get a shot at winning an awesome Pop-Tarts prize pack here this week. Head over to shop.esportsarena.com if you want to get some drip like this Pop-Tarts jersey I am rocking here. Make sure to use code Pop-Tarts15 at checkout to get 15% off your order. And one final reminder that the best Pop-Tarts flavor is in fact the OG, okay? Strawberry. It's just definitive, okay? We're going to head to a break. When we come back, Vicky and Kitty and T-Squared will bring you game 2. But seriously, Strawberry, that's all you got. That's all. That's it. That's the one.
All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for Series E?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. We just had a crazy game number 1. If you're just joining us, well, you missed it. We're going to show you that very soon. But let's take a look at the leaderboard, the Mobile One leaderboard. As we take a look at most likely Team Cheez-It, it is Team Cheez-It, Vicky, taking first place with the grenade heard around the world, around World's Edge, basically.
Yeah, not only did that grenade just pop off and allow them to take first place, but they also were able to lead in those KP points that they were able to build up for themselves throughout the game. So you can take a look at the hefty lead, 24 points compared to second place Team Applejack sitting at 15.
Yeah, Applejacks was right there stealing a lot of kills over towards the tail end that Lonely Fans was trying to pick up. Unfortunately for Lonely Fans, they take the God spot, the priority position, and they weren't able to close that one out. And it was very nicely done just to get to that spot. They're picking up some KP along the way. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to close that one out. We saw Team Razor when all hell was breaking loose over towards Sorting Factory and things were going down. They were inside of the fray. Team Pringles had a couple early KP, but they weren't able to close it out. But a lot of our partner teams there sitting on that left-hand side, that's what you want to see. Unfortunately for Team Pop-Tarts and Rice Krispie Treats, didn't have their best games and their best performances. But since it's Pop-Tart weeks and we have all of the teams here, I want you to tell me what partnered flavored Pop-Tart would you think would be the best? Would it be a Pringles flavored Pop-Tart, Applejacks, Cheez-It, or Rice Krispie Treats flavored Pop-Tart?
Ooh. Okay, hold on. You let's save the best for last. I'm gonna have to say the Rice Krispie Pop-Tart flavored would just absolutely be phenomenal.
We got to make it happen. We got to make it happen.
I'll take 10, by the way.
Yeah. Do they even come in 10? Do they come in
10 boxes?
Yeah, maybe.
10 boxes.
Oh, 10 boxes? You're nuts.
Yeah, I'll make a throne.
Absolutely insane. So one of the teams that had a really struggle in the beginning was Nestle Splash, Nestle Pure Life down there in 8th place. But they were able to pick up a couple of points, towards the tail end. Again, it was nice for them to even be able to get out of that situation. When you saw Ronnie's screen, he was maybe 30, 40 HP away from being eliminated with very little points. I mean, 6 isn't that bad. 6 is going to kind of put you over in that maybe top 6 area overall, because it was pretty one-sided towards the top of the leaderboard. But, they could have had a lot worse game right there. And you got to give props for Ronnie just getting him out of that situation.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the Mobile One performance right now? Taking a look at the way that Ronnie played too, why don't we take a look at some of our highest moments? And it's going to be the high ground positioning. I have the high ground, Anakin, but that's not what Cheez-It cared about. That grenade was what opened things up for them. Lonely Fans had the boss positioning here for them to take this entire game rather, and what seemed to be a miracle grenade here, they cooked that up for quite some time. And the follow-up with the bombardment, you can't fly around that. Not only that, but you're also a sitting duck. You're a target for the rest of Team Cheez-It to push up on. Although they got slowed down by the bombardment, it still gave them so much time to close things up, especially when you find those first 2 downs within the fight.
The problem is there wasn't enough line of sight for anybody else besides the player that was playing at the very top of the rock, which I believe was 00 negative. So in that situation, I get that you want your Gibraltar to be the one peaking, but you need other eyes on that situation so you could know if grenades are actually being thrown, right? So you'd be like, they're chucking grenades, look out. No one was really taking advantage of being able to take a peek right there. And you can't leave it up to one player to watch the entire angle for all three players on the enemy team. So that's where Lonely Fans came back and kind of had their Achilles tendon shown right there. And it was unfortunate that that was just such a well-placed grenade. I mean, I don't think that they were expecting that. Nobody was expecting the perfect grenade to come in like that. But there are ways to kind of get around that, right? Is just gather more information and not play so passive. There was no reason for all other players on Lonely Fans to be sitting behind the rock, virtually not gathering any information.
Yeah, they were just behind the Gibraltar, and when you're stuck in that situation, you have no crossfire where you could split some of that focus into other directions. Team Cheez It not only had the aggression and knew exactly where everyone was thanks to the Bloodhound scan, but that was their cue to get extra aggressive, and they had the Gibby bombardment. So thankfully to Cheez It, they played that extremely well. Despite not having the positioning advantage and that positioning advantage going over to Lonely Fans, Team Cheez It still ended up winning that first game and getting a lot of KP, so they've built up a hefty lead for themselves.
Yeah, you could see from the picture-in-picture right there as we were looking at the fights, there's just a huge difference from the left side not using any teamwork and then the right side, Team Cheez It, using a lot of teamwork. Everybody collapsing, doing things, formulating a plan. It looked like Lonely Fans said, hey, we have the advantage right here. We have the high ground. We're going to win this, right? Just based on our positioning. They didn't really take the necessary steps that they needed to be proactive and win that game, and Team Cheez It did. So that was just very nicely done from a horrible spot to be in from Team Cheez It. I would say 80% of the time the team on the high ground is going to win that fight. So that was huge, not only just to pick up the KP, but to get the dub overall. That's an extra 6 points for your team.
And we're starting to see how they start off their rotations here over to the side. Now, as they do get set up here, Team Cheez It is definitely going to be that team that I have my eyes on. And they have another team, actually just getting split off, just trying to get some of that extra information, especially since they have the entirety here of Lava City to themselves. Oh, and we already got somebody down here on Team Intel.
Oh no, he's going to be stuck in the lava, so someone's going to have to burn for that one. As it looks like 6 is on that Gibraltar. They're going with the Rageless composition. Panders, though, unfortunate that he gets taken out very early, but we have another 50-50 happening over here. That's going to be Team Razor. Looks like they're going to get the better of this one. Not very good armors overall, so it's when you land this far back, at this point, I wonder if you're hunting a team down or if they came over towards you because there's so many different teams in Skyhook. So we'll see how Team Razor is going to play this one because the way that they've landed all the way towards the back, it's very unorthodox. Typically, the priority position and the priority loot is more on the southern side of the Skyhook area because you have a faster rotation towards the bloom.
Yeah, you also have that that tunnel that you could look at too. It seems that they are the only team here in Skyhook, and you do have another team rotating by the train tracks closer to Refinery. Now, it's just a matter of how long that they could stay in that Skyhook uncontested here, while we have the rest of the team from Team Cheez It still hanging out in Lava City, collecting some of that loot uncontested. And take a look at those Evo shields; they're sitting pretty nicely. Well, Team Razor, though, as we saw earlier, they already started building up some KP for themselves.
I was trying to pay attention to the bottom left to see if their mics are moving, but I think I'm just going crazy, and that's just pixels. So I was like, there's no way that they're like using in-game chat right now, right? These guys are definitely on Discord, please. And the spectator client doesn't even pick that up. Yeah, so that's not even possible. But anyway, Team Cheez It, fresh off their win over here. Rakinishu again, just such a strong Gibraltar. And, you know, when we were looking at going back to game number 1, because not much is happening in game number 2, the way how impressive it was that they still had the defensive bombardment in hand throughout all of that, and Lonely Fans didn't. So just based on that alone, when we go and look at how, you know, evenly matched these players are in teams and how competitive Apex is, it really comes down to little things like that. What are your weapons? What's the state of your armor? What position are you in? All of these, you know, do you have your utility? All these, you know, things factor into the decisions that you make, and Team Cheez It was able to execute so well Looks like they're going to take the balloon. This zone is not that far from them. It looks like it's going to be Sorting Factory. I would probably play the donut if I could get it, because you never know if that's going to pull down into that river area. Very common in the no-name area across from Sorting Factory, too, as another popular spot. This is actually where I'm talking about. Team Rockstar is going to lock down that beacon building.
Yeah, you already see the way that this is playing out. Now having that Arc Star is going to break down those doors. Dupe, he's ready. He's chosen violence, but getting the Q and getting out of that situation. Oh, knowing that those shields are low, you can already see the team diving right into it, and it's Team Applejacks now that are not only cornering this team, but cleaning things up. Team Applejacks, now they were able to get some KP. Meanwhile, it's going to be Team Cheez-Its, though, that are going to be on that rooftop of sorting. They have a team that's right below them, and they do have the Bloodhound ult, Beast of the Hunt, to be able to reset that scan if necessary. He's going to do that, and he's going to be able to get another scan in just less than 4 seconds. Doing a quick little emo here. Team Cheez-Its, they're having fun. They're feeling themselves, and as they split up a little bit here to track down the rest of where this team went, you have to be wary because the Octane jump pad is right there, and the repositioning is already commencing here for Team Cheez-It, but they don't want to fight a low to high ground positioning, especially if you have an enemy shooting at your back if you're Joey.
Are you sure they don't want to fight low to high ground? That's like their specialty, Vicky. They're just waiting.
Yeah,
they're just waiting. They're waiting to be in the worst position possible, and they're going to throw a grenade straight up in the air and win the game. So this early in the game, though, you have to feel so confident basically taking any fight because you're going to have a huge armor advantage. And if you're feeling good with your guns as well, I mean, look at this thing. You got the 3X R301 with a purple bolt EVA 8. That's like the best setup possible for Rakinishu. He always carries the R301 because look at his tracking. He's lasering people for 50 across the map like it's absolutely nothing. So we'll see if he even elects to use the anvil or if he continues to just spray that one down. But they're in a good spot. I mean, sorting has so many different endings, but the way that this zone pulled, I feel like it's going to go over maybe towards the toilet, maybe towards the donut, or even over towards the respawn area where we saw, I believe, Applejacks fighting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where it's going to pull. Round 1's already closing in, and you currently see Rakinishu taking control over the high ground. Meanwhile, talking about the high ground, it's Applejacks who are fighting for their lives. They are forced out to use the Gibby Dome, and already the Gibby Bombardment is going to come down, and since he uses Dome, he has to reposition, and that actually separates him from 2 of his other team members who are so fixated on pushing forward. They're able to split some of that pressure away from Dupe while he heals up, and it's going to be Aves who's going to try to win some of this interaction here, winning the trade, and he didn't stop shooting there. He just continuously shot the Volt, expecting him to poke eventually, and this is a bad situation because now you're sandwiched between Rollers and Aves, but Rollers goes down. Luckily, Dupe will have the Gibby Dome shield, so that way he can res him, but he doesn't matter because he's going to help out Aves at the same time as Aves takes on some damage, but he shields up immediately, and he gets the quick res done first. The circle's closing in, so Rollers is going to have to heal up, but at least it's round 1, so it's not too pressured.
The spectator glitch right there seemed like it was the fastest zone ever, as it looks like 6 is trying to get a little bit of revenge over here. He's going to take one down. Rollers is fairly weak. He's going to have to deal with Aves, but look at that Gibby with his quick boots on. He's also hitting a fat heal right below him, so we'll see if he can win this one out. Not able to get the heal off, and Applejacks is going to be able to get Dupe back up. Like you said, just ring number 1. They're going to be A-okay throughout all of this one. Having to make their way over towards that sorting factory area. Not that big of a deal. They should be completely fine. So I wouldn't doubt if they make their way over towards the platform up through the low ground and take the rope up there. That'd probably be the best rotation for them. This team Pop-Tarts in a scuffle over here. Bubble going to be popped for stomps. They're trying to avoid the defensive bombardment. Beast of the Hunt's going to be used by Impulse as well. They're going to dip down though and go low over towards that train area. And I like this play again. They weren't really given much information or much real estate to work with.
Yeah, they were forced on that low ground. They got scanned for a scan back. We were talking about that earlier, but now the team on the high ground knows exactly where Team Pop-Tarts is, and they have 3 options to get out of the situation, whether go from each side of the tunnel or you have the option to go up the zip line, which we're probably not going to see considering they'll just be open season here if you're Team Pop-Tarts. Luckily, though, Lucas does have the portal, so if they do find themselves in a bit of a pickle, they could at least get out of that situation, but they also have the scan to let them know some of that information on whether they can escape on that zip line, and they do so, trying to go to Team No Name Land, and now being able to have this area over to the side, maybe try to get into positioning because they're trying to get over to ring, or rather the positioning for Circle 2, and Team Cheez-It here is still holding on to the high ground in Sorting Factory.
So I like to think about potential things for Apex, but since Bloodhound is so popular and Mirage is fairly weak, what if Mirage could lay a decoy and have it be a heat-seeking decoy so it looks like it's just a solo sitting there, and then that would make Mirage just a little bit stronger and Bloodhound just a little, not like weaker, but it would make things just a little bit more interesting and a little bit more fun, I think. So just throwing that idea out there. If anyone wants to run with it, they can. But yeah, Rakanisha with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely ridiculous. As the bubble is going to go down, that Gibby was running at him like he had a sword or something. I'm not quite sure what that was. And I don't know why Rakanisha got afraid, but that Gibby was charging straight on.
Oh, it's so scary too, especially when the Gibby has that skin from the anniversary event. The gold, bald-headed Gibby just running at you. If you see one of those, I'm out of there. But Rakanishu, he won the trade, and despite that, still threw out his dome. So, I don't know, maybe he was just trying to play a little bit safe. Meanwhile, though, you have the rest of Team Cheez-It on the high ground, giving him not only cover fire, but also getting some of that intel down packed. They have to be wary, though. They do scan behind them to make sure that no team is going to rotate from that low ground to high ground that they can climb out of in the peripheral view that you see Ace is looking at. And again, still holding on to that portal, and they have the jump tower right there. I mean, they're in circle. They're looking like they're in a great position. Meanwhile, though, currently have Absolute Monarchy being able to not only break shields, but form this team over to the side room, get one down. Can they find the Gibby pick? The portal is actually going to allow the rest of Monarchy to move forward. The Gibby bombardment, though, might put a dent to their plans, and oh, they lost a 2v3 situation right there. Now it's going to be a 2v1. I don't know if they were going to commit over to the portal, but instead it's going to be Cheez-Its taking a portal on their own, still on this high ground of Sorting Factory, but Rakanishu is finding himself in a bit of trouble. He's gone down, and it's going to be up to Joey to help give some of that suppressed fire as trying to stop them from going up the stairs here. He has the PK, but there's only so much you could do in a 1v3 situation with this team focused at firing you, but look at the pressure that he has going on with the PK.
It's great map movement coming in from Joey Blackout here with the Beast of the Hunt speed boost, but you typically want your Gibraltar in for these reses, and they're going to have to now get Rakanishu back in. Typically, it's the other way around, but he's going to have to hit some heals too with the gold armor. That should help out. His Senpai is going to be taking down Lifty. Defensive bombardment is going to be used. They're going to probably push themselves back inside. The Team Cheez-It is able to recover throughout all of that. Great job again. Joey Blackout and Prodigy Aces fending off 3 players as just a duo. Now they still have an opportunity to possibly win back-to-back games. They're sitting in first place with over 20 points as Senpai is still finishing off players. He's going to take down Fat Fruit Ninja. This is the fighting that we were seeing earlier with the portal that was being placed. So ridiculous plays coming out from a lot of our partner teams. And we're pretty fast-paced. I mean, 12 squads left here. We've seen a lot of kills. I believe Aves had like 5. Rockstar's popping off. A lot of our partner teams are looking strong here.
Yeah, I like this KP that Team Rockstar is sitting at. Despite Team Cheez-It holding that high ground on sorting, they were getting a lot of damage, but it doesn't seem like they've been finalizing those kills just yet. They've just been dealing with a lot of skirmishing from those teams that are hanging out on the other side of sorting. Meanwhile, though, Team Rockstar, despite finishing up this fight, there's another fight heading towards them right now, and it's going to be another team coming in from that high ground. They got the scan out, and it's going to be Team Pop-Tarts who are going to make their way over. They have the portal, but if they find a shield crack, that may be cue for Team Pop-Tarts to get a little aggressive, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, the Hemlock coming through. Switching scopes, I like that idea. The 3X and the 2X are kind of my go-to for the Hemlock.
Let's go this way.
Lucas is going to be pretty happy with the amount of loot that they have, but you can see the pings are coming down. The rotation has to be made, and that's what the other teams are doing right now. So they understand they're going to have to either fight further away or they're going to have to kind of rat things out and play it fairly slow over here. There's a player directly in front of him. That's actually a full team, so he's going to back out, and this is what we were talking about. They are going to meet resistance. There's going to be plenty of teams gatekeeping here. Pop-Tarts is extremely late. They're going to have to fight their way out.
Oh, yeah, this is such a terrible situation to be in, too, because if you have any other teams rotating in from Harvester or going even from the high ground by Fragment, you're going to find yourself in a sandwich situation. They're going to be able to hold forward here, but the Gibby bombardment now is going to force Team Pop-Tarts to trickle in, and there's another team shooting at them from behind, but no mercy. They're just going all in right now. They have the portal, but Team Pop-Tarts, they're taking so much damage. It's going to be Stomps who has a full shield. Lucas is going to go in for a shield swap, and they quite literally aped that team right there because of the fact that they were low, they saw the opportunity, they took it despite another team shooting at them from behind. That is going to be intel for them to know because they're getting looked at by another team that's potentially by the direction of Sorting Factory.
And they know which team it is too. Sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky there. I mean, they were the team that should have been sandwiched. Instead, the team that was gatekeeping them ends up getting clapped from behind. But I love the play to hit the finisher before both those players can take the portal. It's a very underrated play. I know it seems like BM and things like that, but you get the armor refresh and you stop the player with the knockdown shield from going through the portal, which makes it a lot more safer for you, and you just get all the loot before it goes through the box. So it's a very underrated play. It's important to pull those little plays off in the heat of the moment. There is Season 1 Wingman, I believe. That's going to be one of our open teams going down immediately. And is that a Revenant squad? That's going to be 2 players already down. Tempest answers that one right back, and the res comes through. Is this a third party from behind, though? It looks like it is.
Oh yeah, and you currently see Goofballs. They're taking full prioritization over this fight that's so close to circle. They're going to be able to third party, steal some KP themselves. They've lost their Krook though. He is unfortunately down. He gets finished from behind, so that's some intel for Goofballs to note when it comes to rotating back into circle. I don't know if this may have been an overcommitted decision here from Team Goofballs, because now when they make their way right back over to sorting, they could get you know, their teammates banner, Vampire Lord, but it's about the fact that a team could be holding the high ground already on sorting close to that where that beacon's going to be, and this is ring 4, so I'm not really anticipating anyone to go around the circle. You know, thankfully they do have a lot of these death boxes to get some of that materials that are necessary.
Yeah, but if you're Vampire Lord, you're kind of digging the vibes from your teammates as they go and push with just a 2-man squad and mop up a lot of our really good players and teams that we have here. I believe that was Team Intel over towards the side, and you can see picking up 4 KP just for Z Davis alone. So they still have the opportunity to get that banner, but the res is pretty far to none here in terms of actually being able to get them to live. As Team Applejacks now making their play, they have the blue crates on lockdown. This is a very popular spot to play, especially in the Watson meta. Oh, the stick doesn't land, but the bubble is going to come through, which means that you could just chuck those right inside there. That's going to be Blueberry trying to crouch over towards the corner. Will Abe's hit a battery inside the bubble? Looks like he's going to bail and not even go to his bubble. He's going to go and play the side of the wall here. And Dupe's going to be fairly split from his team, so this is not a good situation to be in, but he's still pulling it off. Dupe's shots are ridiculous.
Wow, he just basically took out 2 right there, followed up because Aves had gotten that first knock, and wow, not even a knock, but rather just putting on a lot of pressure, and the follow-up, despite him being so low. Meanwhile, Team Pop-Tarts, though, are back in the fray, and they're finding themselves into sorting here, and the Arcstar is going to pressure out to move forward, instead getting that Bloodhound scan. I like the way that they're trying to play this a little bit more passively, but they have to be wary of the Gibraltar ult that just got called up in front of them. And still finding these scans, they have that intel, and they have the ability to heal, but they're forced to rotate over to the side. Luckily, though, they're ready in circle with ring 4 closing in.
They were coming in for the third party, and the reason that it's so important that Dupe hit his shots right there is this team bailed on him, first of all, and he got left in a very tight situation that he shouldn't have been left in. His team should have stayed in there and fought with him, especially since they have the advantage. But he didn't get knocked, and Team Pop-Tarts would have immediately collapsed on that situation as they're collapsing right now over towards this jungle gym area. Lucas with some really nice massive shots. He is going to be pushed back outside the bubble, though, and back over towards his teammates. We'll see if Stomps has that bubble. They did use it to get Impulse out of there just a little bit ago, so it's probably on cooldown up until now. Once they have that, they're going to bubble forward and fight. That's exactly what they did.
Oh, wow, and the way they turned the situation around in their favor, it looks scary, especially after going through that portal, but instead it's going to be Team Pop-Tarts that puts on that pressure. They get the first knock, and now it's just a matter of healing things up again, because Team Pop-Tarts, they have Lucas, who's relatively low. He doesn't want to heal all the way yet to make sure that they're not trying to reposition, as you see them doing just that, and they have the scan so that way they have that information. It's just a matter of if this team that's on the high ground holds that high ground, the PK is going to hit Stomps, and he doesn't lose his Evo Shields all yet, but they find a down and clean things up, I think, with that first person they got knocked down. So it's just going to leave 2 of those members on the high ground to waver Team Pop-Tarts off, because you can see they're struggling on getting into that high ground.
Yeah, the only way that they're going to be able to do that is with another bubble, but they have to use the bubble defensively so they can heal back up. And not everybody can climb up at once, y'all, so take your time. Remember what they taught you. And we'll see if they're able to win this one. I mean, it is another solid team up here. It's another partner team. I believe it's Applejack sitting up over towards that high ground. And they're listening for sound cues, and they know this map very well, so they understand the sneaky little plays. Pop-Tarts popping out like they're fresh out of the... Oh, looks like Graves is going to go in on this one, and Stomps is going to be able to get the finish, and the Kunai's not going to be able... I'm surprised that they sent it right there.
Yeah, they didn't get a. They didn't even get one person down. They just gave up the high ground right there. I don't know if they were getting anxious because now you see the other team that just called the bombardment. Maybe they were shooting some of those shots and adding in some pressure that forced Team Applejacks to jump down. But talking about jumping down and getting forced out because of some pressure, it's going to be Lucas who has to reposition himself. But he's outside of circle and he needs to find his way in. He doesn't look like he has a med kit, just forced to utilize the syringe. The Gibby bubbles out, but now they seem to be sandwiched with two teams that have better positioning. The team on the high ground of sorting, though, is going to be forced off of that high ground to move forward, and you already see they're stuck in circle, and this is ring 5 closing in, and if Lucas gets hit by this circle, it's going to be lights out. And you could take a look at the fact that they're holding the door for dear life. I don't know if this team knows how low Team Pop-Tarts is.
Sneaky Pop-Tarts here. He doesn't even hit a battery. Oh, the other player's going to drop from behind. Hello. Nice flank coming in there. It's going to be Team Pringles playing this one fairly smart. They're going to come through and hit a little flankaroo there. Nicely done. As you see the rotation over towards the jungle gym, that's going to be Team Razor blocking things down. Tony's going to heal back up with the med kit. And you love that play there. So unexpected to go back around over towards the side, take some damage in the zone as Serial is going to finish off Lucas, unfortunately. But the word I was looking for is they're popping up like a toaster. I was going to say microwave, but you don't microwave your Pop-Tarts.
Please don't. That's blasphemy. But you know, the way that we saw Pop-Tarts play that was just a tricky situation. It really trickled down to where they were positioning wise. They were forced out by the circle. They were going to take a lot of damage, and there was still 7 squads left. Now we're back down to 4 though, or I think 5 actually. And now we're down to 4, and it's going to be the portal to open things up for Team Razor, who are not only still alive, but are going to try to keep this low ground. They have to be wary of the team who's holding inside the building of sorting. But look at the amount of focus fire coming out, forcing Serial to take the other side of the portal to heal safely. But this is a lot of noise and a cue for Team Pringles now to look from afar and get some of this poke pressure going down so that way they could steal some of the kills themselves.
Yeah, this is kind of what Team Applejacks was doing in game number 1. They were picking up a lot of the kills over towards the outside, but Prodigy Aces is going to go down. That's going to be Presley and the Prowler. What will Fury be able to do? Actually, they're going to be able to get the res back up too, and it's just going to be no batteries, cells only for Presley, as this zone is going to close slowly. Still all 4 squads alive. Obviously, a couple of them are a little bit injured. Serial, you saw him on his portal rotation, had a little bit of a difficult time, had to go back and heal. As it doesn't matter for Team Pringles. They're not going to heal. They're going to continue to push forward. Presley without any fear in this dojo. Look at the amount of damage, Vicky. 2K coming in right now for Fury. I believe they're only a full squad right now. It could be a 3-on-3-on-2, but they have a great position on the low side of this jungle gym. It is actually a full 3-man Cheez-It squad sitting on the top.
Yeah, Cheez-Its having aces with that white Evo shield, if they notice that, they're going to get aggressive. Well, actually, the red Evo shield is right there just in case for a shield swap, and probably having some of those mats so that way they could heal up, and they do have the Phoenix kit, luckily. But they were forced out to not be able to get some of those materials, and they do have the high ground, so at least it will have position over Pringles first. Thankfully, they have the Gibby Dome, and now the fight is going to get brought into close quarters. Time to shield dance. This isn't the party that you want to find yourself in, though. It's just a matter of not only fighting the circle, but now you're in a 1v3 situation. It's going to be Team Cheez-Its again. The consistency, I like what I'm seeing today here for Pop-Tart Week, and the way that Team Cheez-It has been playing it is definitely a show. It's almost like they took notes from Team Pop-Tarts themselves after last week when they took 4 games.
Yeah, they're trying to make some Cheez-It flavored Pop-Tarts. That's what they want to do. They're saying, hey, not Rice Krispie treats, it's Cheez-It. It's not Cheez-It week, but we're going to try to make it Cheez-It week. What a job, winning back-to-back games right there. The way that they were able to do it, 2 completely different styles. I mean, a patient style right there in game number 2, an aggressive style in game number 1 from a disadvantaged position, and they were able to do it back-to-back. We'll see if they can do it in game number 3. We're going to tally up the scores. We'll be right back. This is Series Z, and this is Open Day. Thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and I'm about to try some Pop-Tart Bites here, strawberry flavor. Alright, let's crack this bad boy open. Here it is, strawberry flavored Pop-Tart bite. Man, that's really good. Man, and I love how it's not too much. I love it that it's in a snack form. That way I can keep eating at my own pace rather than it being a huge Pop-Tart to eat. Wow, it's really good. If you want to try Pop-Tart bites like I just did, or any type of Pop-Tart flavor, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo. Hey, what's up? My name's Lucas, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts. Don't even need to be toasted. Perfect right out of the package. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo. Fruit flavored splash.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Yeso here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. And Team Cheez-Its copying off of Team Pop-Tarts notes. They saw what they did last week and are saying, anything you can do, we can do better. Back-to-back dubs from Team Cheez-Its here, so a fantastic start for them. Trying to, again, hold on to that top 4 spot, build a bit of a gap between those squads, trying to chase them and Team Applejacks down. So certainly a great way to kick off Pop-Tarts Week Open Night. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the second game. Prodigy Aces leading the way, and now it's Aves, one of those players competing for our Slayer title here in Season 2. He has been on the top of the standings for the longest period this season, had lost his spot going into this week, but 7 kills in that second game is certainly a great thing to build off of. And then it's Presley with the damage numbers creeping up. We had 1,200 was our top damage for game 1, now up to almost 2,300 there for Presley. So a great game with Pringles getting into that final 3 along with Team Cheez-Its and Team Razor. The big question though is, can Team Pringles finish those games? They haven't been winning as consistently as we saw them earlier on in the season, but they continue to rack up points, continue to hold on to that lead of our partnered squads. They're going to need to keep it up to try and hold off a strong Team Pop-Tarts squad that is trying to chase them down. We've got one more game left in our first half. We'll see that after this break when Vicky Kitty and T-Squared return.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps. I'm a Gibraltar main, and I'm our fight IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. And I prefer using the Scout Mastiff in team fights. The Scout's your mid-long range. It's kind of the best of both worlds. And then the Mastiff's just nasty up close and bub fights.
On one, but it looks like Team Razor are able to recover here, and so we're back down to a 3v3. The full push out from Pop-Tarts as they push the low. Huge damage with that PK, but they lose out on Impulse. Teams here, as it looks like Team Liquid are getting pushed by Pop-Tarts.
We mainly land Geyser for ALGS, GLL, or even our open nights at Esports Arena. It has the best of both worlds in terms of rotations and loot. We take the 2 no-name POIs next to Geyser and sorting. We just kind of take that whole section of the map to ourselves. Now on Pro Night, we go to Overlook, so we don't have to get test EU teams like 303, or if any team wants to land there. That way we have still the best of both worlds with our no-name and quick rotations out. go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Whew.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series Z. We just completed game number 2, and it was back-to-back wins for Team Cheez-It. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. What do you got to say, Vicky, after Team Cheez-It's performance? Do you think they got this one in the bag, or some other team's going to step it up here?
It's so interesting because what I'm seeing right now from Team Cheez-It, T-Squared, is very similar to what I had seen from Team Pop-Tart last week, and it's that consistency, and I think it's momentum getting carried over to the next game. But obviously, there is some time in between some of these games, and what I really like what I'm seeing from Team Cheez-It is how they kind of changed up their play style in that second game. You may note of it actually, where in the first game we got a lot more of that aggressive play style from Team Cheez-It. Meanwhile, going into game number 2, it seemed like they were prioritizing their rotation and positioning a lot more, and that's actually what allowed them to take game number 2 in the bag.
Yeah, and sometimes when you get that, early lead, you could change up your play style and you could have a little bit more fun with it and decide how you want to do it. You could play a little bit more passive aggressive, you could play a little bit more aggressive, and sometimes things just kind of work out in your favor and you get a little bit lucky, but it was, not really luck there. I mean, you can't even call game number 1 luck with the way that they threw that grenade. That grenade was far from luck. I mean, it was so perfect that there was no way. And you throw that one for a reason. I mean, you probably only have 1 or 2 grenades and you make it absolutely count. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard and see where they actually stand. They are sitting pretty with 39 points, but, not that far behind them right there. Applejacks, 30 points.
Yeah, we talk about Team Cheez-It, but meanwhile, Team Applejacks, not only did they have that high ground positioning, they were trying to fight to, basically king of the hill in that open area. I mean, it was just a difficult situation, but you could see that they built up enough KP and placement to be only 9 points away from taking that number 1 spot. So despite Team Cheez-It winning both game 1 and 2, 9 points away is Applejacks, and they're not too far away as well from Team Razor, who is sitting at 28 points.
That's pretty crazy because we know that's 12 placement points for a win. Applejacks hasn't gotten any wins yet, so they've been doing great in terms of placement and kill points combined, especially when it comes to kill points. I believe it was Abe's halfway through the game, not even halfway, with 15 squads left. He had 4 kills, ended up with the kill lead overall with 7. So that's, a pretty solid stat line overall. And keep in mind, there's a cumulative points that happens. So all these games really matter. And for a team like Team Intel to only be sitting at 2 points, they're going to have to step it up. Same with Nestle Pure Life. I believe they had 6 from game number 1, only 1 point in game number 2. So a lot of these top teams are starting to pull away now. You're starting to see Team Pringles is consistent week after week. They're sitting in 4th place. Razor, they were our number 1 team in season 1. They're sitting over towards the top of the leaderboard today. And even though they've had a slow start overall in Series E, they're really starting to pick it up. Applejacks and Team Cheez-It, they've really been popping off too. So they're starting to kind of rise to the top over here, and it's been fun to watch. Lonely Fans is our one open team. As we take a look at the cumulative leaderboard, you can see the teams that are sitting over towards the top right now are the teams that have been popping off.
Yeah, and T squared, I mean, we're already in week number 10. Time is running out for these teams. We have 2 more weeks for the rest of these highly rated sponsored teams to really maintain their spot in the top 4, so that way they could keep these sponsored teams and keep displaying what a powerful force they are as players. So overall, despite Team Razor sitting in that 3rd place spot, just 2 points away from maintaining that 2nd place spot, it's Team Applejacks who are not only leading in the cumulative points compared to them. Team Razor, it really trickles down to, can they get those remaining points to knock Team Cheez-It off of that 4th place spot and send them down over to the 5th place spot, so that way Team Razor can shine? I mean, we're reaching around the end of the open tournament, so this is a lot on the line for a lot of these teams.
And I wonder if those are actually populated up to date right now, or if we'll have to, do that afterwards, because there's so many different leaderboards that are going on. But, say that it is only 14 points right now. That's huge. Say that it's even 14 points before this started. That's bigger for Team Cheez-It, especially because that means they're widening the gap just a little bit more. And that could be their motivation right now, Vicky, going into this week. I mean, they have to have that extra kick right now, especially for them and Team Applejack. So it's not surprising to see them 1 and 2 right now when they're sitting in 3rd and 4th, trying to fend off Team Razor, who won season 1 overall. So to see them sit and slide down to 5th place would be absolutely insane. And I know how much they want to be on Team Razor. So we'll see if they can stick it out and come back and try to take over one of these top 2 spots. But the way these 2 teams are playing today, it's going to be really interesting. So that race gets more and more important every single week.
Yeah, the placement from 3rd to 5th, those are the scores that you want to keep your eyes out for, because the water is definitely hot here. And if you're Team Pringles and Team Pop-Tarts, you're going to be able to sit pretty comfortably while leading up that gap and making that point difference even bigger.
Let's take a look at how Cheez-It was able to close off game number 2. And we're taking a look at one of our highlights. It's the Mobile 1 High Performance. It's actually going to be Applejacks with their play, and it's Dupe with the big shots. If you missed this one, I'm glad that we brought it back. Aves takes a lot of initial damage. He cues out. Instead of going over and staying inside of the bubble here, or even going towards his own bubble that's placed on the ground that Dupe played for him, he goes over towards the side, and Rolders actually bails too. While that's happening, Dupe pushes in the middle of both players. He fights them both, hits the PK shot, slides back around, and finishes them off. And that's huge because he was actually getting shot by Team Pop-Tarts from the side throughout all of that. So if Dupe goes down, Pop-Tarts sends it, and Applejacks misses out on a lot of points. And we know how important these points are because we just looked at the cumulative leaderboard. They need everything that they could get because Team Razor is right on their heels.
Yeah, this is so interesting too to watch just play out over and over again, because you saw Aves, you saw the Arc Star symbol pop up, and Aves wanted to avoid that at all costs, but ended up taking a bombardment hit in the process. Meanwhile, though, if Dupe didn't get that headshot with the PK, I don't know if the situation for Applejacks would play out in their favor, especially in the way that they planned with Team Pop-Tarts rolling up for the 3rd party. I mean, that was such a great play from Dupe. Just the fact that he didn't fall there was extremely important, and you noted that there too. So that PK shot, luckily, didn't hit a 9 for him. Instead, landed that headshot and allowed the rest of Team Applejacks to excel in that situation.
Yeah, 70 for the first one, but the second one hit for 11, so that's pretty close to 9. But Rolders and Aves make a fairly big mistake, in my opinion, by bailing on him here. And if Dupe doesn't hit these shots, I guarantee they're not able to get out of the situation. Pop-Tarts collapses on them. They pick up more kills, and, that's not going to be looking good for Applejacks in the overall, points total, especially when we looked at the total leaderboard too. So that's a great job by Dupe. And that should definitely be our Mobile One high performance moment, because if the Gibraltar goes down, there's no res bubble, there's no quick res as well, there's no defensive bombardment that could come through, so it's a tough spot to be in. But I love that they, take their turn going through here. This isn't very staggered. This is more, okay, Wraith, go grab information for us, see if it's worth charging through. If you're not able to make a play, you could always queue back to us. So he's going in there, trying to make something happen, playing aggressive, and then he's going to back out and gather information, and then Dupe comes through after he fully heals and feels confident enough that he's going to even take this 2 versus 1. So while it may be a slight misplay by bailing on your teammate right there, it ends up working out for them because they all stayed healthy. And sometimes that's what you see is some players, once they take all of their shield damage, they will go all their Evo shield damage, they will bail out and they'll heal in. Some players, they take that initial damage and they play even more aggressive. So Dupe is one of those players there where he elects to go and push and play even more aggressive, and it probably caught them off guard and he gets rewarded for it. So we'll see what happens in game number 3. Keep in mind, we are all on World's Edge here in Series Z, and it's going to be 6 games total. After this, we'll have a little halftime show and a little break, so make sure you guys stick around. Also, it is Pop-Tarts week, so make sure on the Esports Arena website and on their online store, you guys can get 15% off. Pop-Tarts 15 is the code. As we take a look at the leaderboard quickly as we drop in, it is Team Cheez-It and Team Applejacks 1 and 2. They are trying to fend off Team Razor to be in the relegation for Series E.
Yeah, make sure you guys give Team Pop-Tarts some of that energy. If you guys use ! Pop-Tarts in the chat, you guys can shop all your favorite snacks. Make sure to check that out, especially if you could take prioritization over getting your favorite flavors. And as we look over to Team Cheez-It, who has been able to take 2 games already in a row, we're going on to game number 3, and we're landing once again over to Lava City.
And you look at that scan, they are in the zone here. So this is going to be most likely pulling towards them. I mean, and a purple armor. This doesn't get any better. Wingman, Scout, purple armor. I mean, just living it up over here for Rakanishu. Purple mag, flatline. I mean, just the rich get richer over here for Team Cheez-It. They are loving life.
Yeah, they're happy right now. It's almost like Christmas if you're Rakanishu. Meanwhile, though, Joey Blackout, he's not part of the Purple Evil Club. Instead, he's just kind of isolated over the side. But he's got this building to be able to not only scan the beacon that he already did right over on the map that you could take a look at, but it's going to be Rapid 99 that are trying to close out some of this early KP. He doesn't want to overextend there, but dropping the Arc Star to prevent actually holding forward in this situation. I mean, they have white Evos. They're not able to get too much, and that squad is rolling out. They are also able to hold the door, and they're still running away. They want no business with Rapid 99 because you could see how low they are. Probably low on materials, too.
Ooh, nice shots there. The Havoc control is not easy to do on a player in the air with a small hitbox like Octane is. They're just going to push through, and look at this Havoc just ripping Lonely Fans apart. Rapid 99 doing it big over here on the dome side of the map. Keep in mind they're not that far from where this zone's going to be. If we could take a look at the map, we'll have a pretty good idea because these southern zones are a little bit more easy to predict, and we could see, okay, so this is probably going to be, man, this is a little bit tougher than I was expecting. So this could go a handful of different spots, but playing inside of the cave would be huge right now. You could pretty much go anywhere. You could see in that little cave area, you have all the different rotations throughout all that. It's just going to be highly contested. There's going to be so many players that run through there. I mean, if your team Cheez-It and you've won back-to-back games, you may even want to just post up at Lava City. I mean, it's not that bad of a play.
Yeah, honestly, this is kind of looking very similar to what we had seen for Encircle, looking at the very first game. Maybe not landing or ending up being closer to Lava City like before, but more so maybe looking like it could be in that open ground area of Sorting Factory. It really depends on where the next circle is going to pull, since we kind of got a sneak peek of the next circle. But as Team Pop-Tarts are trying to level up their Evil Shield, this is that passive playstyle that we were used to seeing from Team Pop-Tarts last week. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the coin, it's Team Razor, who they don't know what passive is. It's all about that aggression, and it's all about this tracking. Team Razor, they've already gotten some KP themselves, and they're trying to close in the gap while finding some stragglers on the way.
Yeah, they are, and they're going to be able to get this initial knock and the finish coming through any second now. That's going to be poor Gordo feeling Serial's PK there. And he's going to be able to get that loot on the way out, too. So we'll see if they can find better loot for Zare Tricky, who's really struggling armor-wise. Rice Krispie Treats, they're not struggling armor-wise. Triple purple over here inside of this popular sorting factory building. A team on the roof, though. So they're trying to play this one a little bit slower. Another team looks like they're going to be over towards the side. That's going to be intel. And if we pop up all the players, there's going to be players all over the map, obviously. But we'll see how many actually are in the sorting factory area. Because this is one of the heavy rotations. This could pull over towards sorting, and we know how much open area there is to be made from there over towards the Dome and Lava City area. So this is where all the teams are going to frequent.
Yeah, look at the way that they're already trying to skirmish here. Applejacks are trying to get onto that high ground positioning, trying to get some loot while they were able to take and get already some early KP. Also the suppressed fire to allow Aves to be able to loot properly, bring back anything that the team may need. Also has that portal, but trying to get a head glitch going on. Does find one shot land, but isn't trying to overcommit. Luckily though, Aves does have that Q that we saw Aves utilize within that second game. He will be able to pop it so that way he could safely get back to the rest of his team. Luckily that door was open for him to go through as well.
And you could see the thought process for Aves too. He wanted to wait until the Bloodhound scan was completely gone. So by the time that he queued out, the other team may still think that he's up there. So I like that play coming in from Aves, just waiting that extra split second so he could throw the other team off information-wise, and they're going to have to use another scan. And once they use that, they'll find out that he actually dipped out. So pings are going down. They want to try to hit a bubble scan in the middle of the sorting factory. That would be absolutely psycho. But Aves could portal for this if he wanted to.
I like how you mentioned that too, because that would be, oh, he's utilizing the portal, maybe trying to go for it, which would be such a scary situation, especially knowing that they have the intel of the team that's to their left, unless they notice that they did rotate out of there, and that's why you see the head glitch coming out from Aves, and the rest of Applejacks, they do get the, oh wow, they get the bubble and the scan at the same time. It's literally everything you called, and that's the beauty too, especially when you get that commentator's curse going in. Luckily, you don't curse them, thankfully, because they have that dome, so that way they have some of that protection, and Team Cheez-It are going to be able to hold on to this high ground as well, so while that circle resets, when the round one starts closing in, they have the beacon right there that Joey Blackout could use, although he's still not part of the Purple Evo Club. It's okay, because they still have him there to scan these beacons and to wait out on the high ground to see if any other team tries to rotate here through Geyser.
I think they just Harry Pottered him. They kept him underneath that staircase the entire time, and they're like, hey, Joey, only come out to hit scans. You can't even eat dinner with us. Unfortunate situation for Joey Blackout. We'll see if he gets some new teammates after this game. Looks like they do have a player making their way over towards Lava City. I'm not quite sure what this player is doing, and I don't know if that was a grenade or a Bangalore smoke. I think it was a grenade. But that was interesting. I don't. Was that a bot? Okay, that wasn't a player. Okay, I'm seeing.
Oh yeah. That was the bot. They got the gold extended heavy mag.
I was like, why is there someone
so
flying in? I thought that was like an Octane flying through the air. I'm like, okay, all right. I need a new monitor.
Valkyrie coming to town, like just taking in as a solo, just coming in by herself. Nah, but
Right.
you know it's gonna be Team Cheez-It
I
still
got this.
holding on the high ground. Yeah. Talking about getting pressured though, and although you still have two purple Evo shields at the ready for Team Cheez-It, it's a Joey Blackout who has the half of a dome. His head's gonna be poking out.
They really hate Joey.
This is a discount. This is a discount dome right there. Did you see how he's kind of like stuttered a little bit? He's kind of like.
And he like
Team
punched the wall.
Applejacks now. Right? Like he was just looking there. They've lost Dupe though, and Dupe being the player who was able to put up a lot of pressure. You don't want to leave it to be a 2v1 versus Rolders, but both Aves and
Wow.
Rolders have taken so much damage, and Aves still found the last pick. Wow, and he was quite literally one. You see Dupe putting up that knockdown shield just in case, but if there was a third party right there, that would have been lights out if you're Team Applejacks.
And I can't stop thinking about how close the race is right now between Applejacks and Razor and Cheez-It right now. Every kill, every point matters so much. And they're able to win that fight out with just a sliver of HP. Now Team Pringles looks like they're going to be able to fully heal up. Fury has that double time passive coming through with the heals on Octane, so he's going to be A-okay. It's not their portal, they're not playing a Wraith, so they're keeping eyes on that one, making sure no funny business is happening.
Yeah, they're opting to have that mobility in from the Octane jump pads. They do scan somebody that's on the low ground, and when you have the charge rifle and you're holding on to the high ground, this is a great party for you to join in on. Meanwhile, talking about parties, hopefully it's not a third party for Nestle Splash that are holding on to this high ground. Ooh, talk about getting sandwiched though. Team Pop-Tarts, they have to be careful because there's a team heading over to this area from Harvester. I like the way that they're playing this though. They're trying to cover all angles while Bambino is looking west. You want to make sure somebody isn't going to be coming from your back through Geyser. Ooh, take a look at this rat cam though.
Oh, I got first Tomcat rat cam over here. It's going to be King Kemis, king of the rats over here. And he's playing on Bloodhound, so maybe he's going to be able to, scan some people and scare them like he's a full team until he gets counter-scanned himself. We'll see how long our Tomcat Rat can last out throughout all of that. I have a feeling that he's going to probably maybe make top 10, and then he'll be done for as we see the rotation coming in for Nestle Splash. They're going to take to the high ground, put some pings down, and make their way over towards the Sorting Factory roof. You can coexist a lot of teams over towards the Sorting Factory side. You see this very common where one team will be on the high ground towards this side, another team will take the opposite office. And if it does end over towards these buildings, you'll even have about 6, 7, 8 teams just in this one building alone.
And you want to be careful too, because they notice that there's a team rotating behind them. They don't want to get sandwiched. They just got scanned from behind them now. And despite looking up ahead towards that southeast side, that's not really where they should start focusing some of that attention. Because, little by little, if they notice that they get it down, that team behind them now is going to push. So maybe try to go for repositioning, but they utilize the Valkyrie ult to get into this position in the first place. So now, they have the Wraith portal that they could at least rely on.
And they're going to push up towards the high ground. Absolutely insane play coming in from Bambino. He wants to take this 1v1. He actually pushes the other player off, but oh no! He's going to slide down. And fortunately for him, the enemy team is not down there. Is that another player? It is. That's Bloodhound peeking through. Good 115 spray, but Bambino with the crazy psycho play. His team's nowhere to be found. Now they're there. The bubble goes down. Will Bambino be able to heal up? I don't even know if he has anything. He does. Okay, so he pops up the battery. Now we go on board with Team Cheez-It. They're still locking things down over here. And we could see this zone is pulling over towards Sorting Factory. That's huge information. And they're going to most likely start making the rotation fairly soon.
And what a strange play that we just saw from Bambino. I don't know if that was intentional, but it didn't really work out in their favor because they lost their Gibby. And in a circle like this, you want to keep your Gibby in the fight. You want those bombardments to help you out and help your rotations. You also want the dome because you're going to get bombarded yourself. And he got sniped in the middle of the sky. Wow, that is a statement. And not a position that you want to be in if you're Team Nestle.
It's unfortunate for Nestle Splash. I mean, I feel for Ronnie. Every time I watch his screen, I feel like he's making the right plays. They're just sometimes making major mistakes, just like Bambino did, or they play a little bit too hesitant. I don't know if it's lack of communication, but when you're struggling, when you're sitting down towards the lower of the leaderboards, when there's only 2 weeks left, you got to try to make plays. I think that's what Bambino is trying to do. They need monster games. They need big dubs, and they're struggling in terms of overall points. So you have to start, doing plays that you wouldn't typically do, playing more aggressive than you wouldn't typically play. And now you have to play passive in getting your teammates back up, and the zone is getting smaller and smaller as Fat Fruit Ninja is going to be eliminated. One player from Absolute Monarchy down. That's going to be Senpai getting the finish right there. Unfortunately for them, Tempest is no longer in. As we know, Team Cheez-It made the rotation from here a while ago, so there's going to be plenty of teams on their way into Sorting Factory.
And this is a tough situation too, because although you have the train tracks right there, the circle's going to end up closer. If you wanted to rotate through Geyser maybe and go over to the side, that's an option, because now you're getting shot from behind from the team that actually was coming over from those train tracks. And I've seen the circle similarly enough, and it really trickles down to the fact that now you don't have that intel that your Bloodhound scan could give you. Luckily, you still have the dome, and now you're going to have to force out the portal to get out of the situation safely, and they are going to end up rotating around through Geyser. But that's also going to set them up on the low ground. And take a look at this positioning from Team Rockstar. They do get out of there, and they do utilize that portal, so that way they don't force themselves to be hanging out on the edge of circle with less than 30 seconds now on the clock.
Yeah, I was even thinking, I don't know if the balloon was inside of the zone area, the danger zone or not, or if it was in the safe area of the zone. But that could have been a huge rotation for them. The problem is any type of charge rifle, any player with a scout, somebody with a mid-range would just completely dominate you. Going up the rope is so risky in tournament play. But it could have been a rotation without the Valkyrie there. Nice shots coming in from Team Cheez-It. They're finally making their play. We're talking about the value of this tunnel, and it looks like one of the open teams decided to play it, but they are getting pushed by Team Cheez-It. And what's so impressive, Vicky, throughout all of this, I don't think any player from Team Cheez-It was taking any damage.
Yeah, I actually think Rack had gone for a shield swap real quick there, so even if he had taken a bit of damage, he didn't want to risk it. And they're forced out of the caves, though, so, you know, they got the first pick, they were able to get a little aggressive, and now they're going to be able to go in for a repositioning option here, too. But they are in the low ground, and you still have to be wary of the fact that there's going to be people rotating from behind you, and then other squads like Team Pringles, for example, that are going to be holding on to this high ground with the Kraber in hand, which could be a little scary here if you're going to be forced to go from low to high ground in this rotation.
And Fury pops off with it. We already saw what he did when he took down Ronnie mid-air. So plenty of bullets left in this one. 8 overall. We'll see if he can make 8 knocks or 8 kills with this one. Is the toilet bowl is still in. He's going to go and drop his gun. I believe there's another crate in the vicinity. And he's going to go maybe pick up double Kraber. I've never seen anyone use double Kraber before, but and that's why. It's going to be the Prowler. They understood we can't, you know, give him 2. That's going to be just 1 too many. They're tricky. Nice shots coming in with the Mastiff. We'll see if they can close this one out. They have triple gold armors here, but this building is still in. I can't believe that this could be where the ending is going to be. These houses are so important to lock down. Looks like they are going to get a knock right there. That's going to be Crick going down. One player over towards the high ground. One already knocked over towards the low ground. Zero Tricky likes to clamber up. He's checking his back to make sure he's not getting lasered, but he gets lasered over towards the top. Doesn't use his bubble study from long range with the bow.
Wow, he was not expecting that. I mean, despite the patch notes coming out and the bow check getting that damage body shot nerf going in, I believe, from 70 to 60 or 66 or something like that, that's still a lot of damage that you're facing, especially when your shield is out of that fight. We also saw in the back, we didn't see it right now on the camera, but on the feed, rather, the Kraber from Team Pringles had found its mark onto another player, so that's more pressure getting tacked on from the back of Sorting Factory. And you currently see Team Razor still holding onto this door. They have to heal up a little bit because Serial has been losing this gunfight outside, but there's so much happening as well. A Gibby bombardment and a forced out Gibby dome in the process. If Team Razor could play us a little passively here, then they could not only be racking up so many points, as you can see already, so much KP, but as well as placement, because there's still 10 squads left.
And Rapid 99 with another Tomcat Rat Cam opportunity over here. We'll see if they can outlast the previous Rat, but look at this, taken over towards the high ground with the zone closing through. Does have his Q available, so just waiting until the very last second. I like the, you know, let me play my back and see if there's any other rats before I rotate in. And he's going to try to wait till the zone closes directly on his back, and then he's going to move in with the zone so nobody predicts him advancing forward. But where is he going to go? Are the blue crates in over towards the side? Looks like they're not. He's going to try to get some good damage in over towards the side. Connects with the Sentinel shot. Has a flatline in the back pocket. Scan is going to hit, though, and that fence is not in. So tough spot to be in as he's now directly in the open. Those blue crates aren't in either. And now a little bit of a crouch play. It's not going to work out, though. It stops, and Team Pop-Tarts over towards the side. We do get where the zone is going to be. Sorting Factory, big building is in. Train station building is in. And we talked about coexisting over towards the offices. Senpai gets a little split from his squad. They try to lay a portal down. Stomps collapse on that one basically immediately. You saw Stomps in between games talking about Pop-Tarts during Pop-Tarts week, and here he is laying things down. Valkyrie player, Gibby player, PK in hand, looking like a serious threat over here towards the top of the building.
Oh, this is chaotic right now. They're coming in, and they're coming in to have a party with Lucas losing all his health. He's quite literally the definition of one. The Gibby shield, and it just leaves Stomps here to fend for himself in this close range quarters. Lucas, he gets one down, but it isn't enough. Another squad pushes in. It is going to be a cleanup from Rice Krispie Treats, or rather Pringles, who gets to clean up on Rice Krispie Treats. And what timing that was, too. They get scanned themselves, but they barely even took any damage there, and they have the plethora of Evo shields in the world. So be able to shield swap here.
Just so impressed with Team Pringles. I mean, everything from their execution to their timing to the shots, decision making, everything that they're bringing to the table You know, they make it look easy, and that's what you want. You don't want to have your screen looking like you're fighting an uphill battle the entire time. The best players typically make it look clean, make it look easy. That's exactly what they're doing. As Team Razor predicts the right building, and they are inside of the zone right here. This is a huge call by whoever anticipated this one. I thought this was going to continue to pull away from here, but Team Razor is in a perfect spot. They have a decent amount of kill points. You see Zara Tricky sitting at 5 with 1 assist. They're just trying to slow play this one because they know how many different teams are going to coexist here. One team can take the roof. You have another team over towards the high ground on the giant yellow crane. Obviously, a team is already playing below you. So we're talking about a 3-layer cake just on top of this building as other teams start to rotate through. They're going to continue to poke through the windows, the doors, and try to get some extra damage and extra kills in.
And this is so important too if you're Team Razor. If they manage to not only play for placement with this KP, but that's a lot of points that they definitely need to close in that gap from the cumulative points that we saw earlier from the team. They know exactly where this other team is on the high ground, but they're getting pressed out and by Absolute Monarchy, which only have 2 members left on the team. They themselves were getting pressured in double Gibby shield. What chaos here if you are Absolute Monarchy watching the whole show from the side. They want no business in this action. They're just trying to get some poke damage, and they don't get that down actually. It was taken in from the enemy that is able to contest with those head glitches over to the side. But if Absolute Monarchy could hold this position, get in some pressure in this ring 6, I mean, this is not a bad spot, but don't want to get Krabered at the same time. Sleepy Panda actually took a lot of damage there, and they're not in circles, so they're forced out of this high ground eventually. With that squad that's on the high ground of the big building of Sorting Factory, they're going to have clear view of where they're currently positioned.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a couple other teams that aren't full squads here. If you take a look at the math over towards the top right, that is going to be Aves. He was a rat, so he's going to get eliminated throughout all of that. So now Absolute Monarchy sitting up over towards the top. We'll see if they can pull this one out. Now they're making their yeet over down towards the bottom. It's going to be Sir Lifty coming through, surprising to put a hole in the ground right there as Gibby's going to be dropping over towards the top. But they have the bubble, and if they want to use it, they can advance. They have the defensive bombardment. That's absolutely huge for Lifty, and they're doing a great job of maneuvering the free real estate that they have in front of them. Sleepy Panda unfortunately won't have a portal play, so if they wanted to get aggressive on the teams that when they were fighting, they'd have to foot it. So without a Bloodhound scan 2, Fat Fruit Ninja already respawn timed out. They don't know if there's any rats directly inside of the building, so they take the high ground over towards this ramp. Sleepy Panda takes a decent amount of damage. We'll see if they have any heals throughout all of this. No cells though. He's going with a syringe. Ridiculous. Because we're just camera tours. I just felt like I just for that red Evo to get that extra 25 shield, and they're worried about this rat over towards the corner. We'll see if Fury can rip his face off.
Oh! Okay, that was a great distance, just hip fire Kraber shot, and that's gonna put that player out of commission for this fight. But talking about a commission, currently have two members of Pringles. They're down. It's a PK and Fury fight. Dancing around the dome. They go down. 2 squads left. And can they close things out? Is it going to be Team Razor in the end? And it is. Great positioning. Great timing on the rotations. Despite getting hit by that hip fire on the Kraber right there, they still are the team to come out on top. And this is such a good spot if you're Team Razor for exactly the reason why we were mentioning earlier. They had the KP for it, and now they got the placement, taking first place in game number 3.
Yeah, it's like they were watching in between to see exactly what the cumulative score was and understood that they need to step it up because they're sitting in 5th spot. They don't want to go through the relegation. Top 4 teams make it into Season 3. So we'll see how many points Razor actually got and if Team Applejacks and Team Cheez-It were able to keep up their momentum from their hot game number 1 and 2. We're going to take a quick break. Actually, this is our halftime break, so it's going to be a little extended. Make sure you stick with us throughout all of it. It's going to be some good content. We'll be right back.
Do you play Apex Legends?
I do.
Who do you main, brother?
Gibby.
My man's out here putting bubbles down, throwing defensive bombardments. Boys, go get them, man. We're all into Pop-Tarts. Dude, you gotta win it all.
I love Pop-Tarts.
Well said.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts.
Woo!
Thank you.
Team Pop-Tarts, yeah. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stomps, please get your soul back and stop playing Apex Legends.
What is the game? Apex Legends. Apex Legends. Stop. Kill it. You guys heard of a game called Friday Night Pumpkin? Like, I'm on LinkedIn.
What's that?
My mom and my dad met on LinkedIn.
I hope they are still happily married.
They're not.
Farmer Lucas, man, we need more farmers like you out here, dude.
It's crypto.
Drone right here.
You guys are down at Gibby, bro. Where's he at? Are you good?
Oh my god. Steer.
Hey, what's up? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts.
My name's Lucas.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and if I could make any Pop-Tart flavor,
It would have to be creme brulee because that is my favorite dessert.
I would create sweet potato pie.
I'd do a strawberry cheesecake. You see, you grab the strawberry frosting, you throw it on top, and the filling's just straight cheesecake.
I grow them on my farm. They're nice and delectable. And on Thanksgiving, instead of making the pie, you just eat a Pop-Tart.
It's like my favorite dessert, and if I had that in a snack form, oh, we'd be set for life.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts,
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Whew. All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for Series E?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back here into the Esports Arena, Orange County studio. It is halftime and a great first 3 games of the day. We saw Team Cheez-Its taking the first 2 and Team Razor able to get on the board there with the third one. So good performance from them. One of those squads that's trying to climb up into that top 4. They've got Team Cheez-Its and Applejacks ahead of them that they have to overtake, but that win is certainly going to help their cause. Let's check out our stats here. We got the cumulative stats here for our first 3 games of the day. Obviously, we saw Zara Turkey and the boys take that last dub there, so good performance from them as they look to climb up our Mobile 1 leaderboard and try and take a title here. We saw them a few weeks ago take 2 open nights in a row. They're trying to make it their 3rd in 4 weeks here today, so certainly a strong start from them. We'll see if they can keep it going in the second half. Meanwhile, Aves with 16 kills through the first 3 games, averaging over 5 a game. That is a great start for him. As I mentioned earlier, he's trying to get that Slayer title back here this week. Was sitting in 2nd place, but those 16 kills certainly going to help. And then the damage title, it's our boy, it's Rack Attack. Over 4,400 damage for Rack and Nishu through the first 3 games. Team Cheez-Its with a fantastic start, largely off of the back of Rack and Nishu's play. It is a great squad overall, but really Rack and Nishu kind of the straw that stirs the drink for those boys. So we'll have to see those things continue. It looks like a very tight contest between 4 to 5 of our partnered squads at the top of the leaderboard. So loving what we're seeing so far today, but still 3 more games to go. So plenty of Apex still to play, as we will expect that leaderboard to continue to shift as the games continue. But one thing that I want to do here today, I mentioned at the top of the broadcast that we've only got 3 weeks left in this season, and when we get to the end of the season, we will have an MVP award. It is our Mobile 1 High Performance Player of the Season, and I want to start talking a little bit about some of the candidates for that award. And the first one I want to highlight today is Phony. Team Pringles is still in first place. They came into this week with a 79-point lead, and that is largely off of the back of Phony's play. He came into this week barring players that have not played more than 2 weeks on our open team squads. He led all of our qualified teams players with 173 kills, first place. Damage per game, first place, 839 damage per game, and then 3rd in assists. So he is fragging like crazy. He gets tons of kills, is very active in the rest of his team's kills, and they entered again with that 79-point lead. Phony is certainly one of the favorites to win our high performance player of the season this year. There's going to be some tough contenders to go with, but Phony certainly a leader here with only 3 weeks left in the season. Now, to close out halftime here, we do have to raffle a spot off on Deal or Steal. It's a game show we play before every Series E broadcast, and if you guys want to get in on the fun, just subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena to have a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. We've got tons of great prizes, including some Razer peripherals, we got an Xbox Series X, and even more. So if you want to get in on that, make sure to subscribe to us right here, twitch.tv/esportsarena. But let's roll the raffle and see which one of you lucky subscribers will get a chance to come and play the game with me. Let's roll it. And we're almost ready here, but Phony, definitely our leader for Mobile One High Performance Player of the Season as we get that raffle rolling here in just a moment. I do want to hear from you guys in Twitch chat who your maybe other favorites are. Is it a Stomps, a Zera Tricky, maybe Mr. Haculo, or Aves? Who do you think is a contender for that High Performance Player of the Season? And also, who's going to take the win today? We saw Cheez-Its with the great start and Team Razer coming in Game 3, but the raffle is rolling right now, and our winner is going to be Blueberry Smalls. All right, Blueberry, one of our very consistent players in Series E, so congratulations there to Blueberry Smalls winning the raffle. Certainly appreciate you supporting us here at Esports Arena, so I'll look forward to playing Deal or Steal with you in the future. That's going to do it for me here on halftime. I'll be back in a little bit, but when we return, we'll start our second half with Vicky Kitty and T-Squared.
You want to zoom this in?
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
esportsarena.com/shop.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know. What's up, gamers? Conniekin's here. Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy.
Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper.
I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying.
What? You don't like that?
Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't take out a storyline?
It's the eye when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up? Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh.
Look.
Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Confident.
Howdy, he said hi. GameCube controller. Get out of here.
What's this?
Phone and I just saw it.
Oh my god.
Like this thing right here. You get that on camera?
Watch your fingers.
Yes.
Put the camera down. Can you guys put these cameras down and like actually help Kyle?
Bundy, here, you're gonna take this. No, Brandon, keep vlogging.
Yeah, I don't know why he's thinking that. It's just...
We got Tyler posing over here looking like a badass. We got Kyle doing some great shots where he pulls back and...
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
It's just a whole vibe, Connie. Gaming, dog. Gaming.
almost taxi.
Where's your camera? In the box?
In the box. You think the elevator's working?
No.
No.
Scary.
It was really dangerous. That was some Final Destination.
Yes.
Show us the picture.
No.
What do you call it?
Hey guys, we're gonna.
Yeah, we did it. We made it. Right before the sun.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
I play Wraith, and I am the Team IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. My go-to gun combo this season is R301 EVA. I like the R301 because it's got a high damage output and can be used at mid-range and even long range. And I prefer the EVA over the Mastiff now because the DPS is far higher, and the EVA carries 8 shots rather than 6.
Off 303, it seems. As Pop-Tarts now coming in for the third party, taking out VFL Hunter and Mo Chances. They squad to secure a thirst there. Now as Team Pop-Tarts find another fight. Rambo on the other side of this one. Pringles are about to go down. Drop down into a 2v1 as Team Pop-Tarts should be able to finish this one off. And they will.
One thing about us is we can either adapt depending on the lobby, but our go-to play style is an edge team. We like to go around the edge and fight teams. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Whew. I've never had a different gamer tag from Farmer Lucas. I've had it since way back when I first started playing video games and started with Minecraft. Yeah, when I was younger, I used to ride horses and work out on a farm where we kept our own horses. And so Farmer Lucas, I just kind of combined Farmer because at one time I wanted to be one, and my name. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. Hopefully you enjoyed the halftime show, and if you're just joining us, well, welcome, and you missed some really awesome games, so we'll get you guys caught up on everything as we take a look at the leaderboard and hop right into it, because it was Razor winning game number 3, and Razor, Vicky, takes the number 1 spot away from Cheez-It.
Yep, and you know, I'm not surprised to see this, especially with the stakes on the line for Team Razor. That's all they needed. They had the KP, they just needed to play for placement, and not only did they play for placement, but they took the entire game. So now they've taken first place over Team Cheez It. Although you can see Team Cheez It, they're not too far behind, but it's slowly making that gap bigger in comparison to where Team Applejacks is. Although talking about not having that much of a gap, though, it's going to be Team Pringles just a point away from finding themselves within the top 3.
And then the gap kind of widens there. 15 points between 4th and 5th place. That's going to be Rockstar trying to catch up. You have a handful of other teams in the vicinity. Absolute Monarchy, one of our open teams, another one right there. Lonely Fans tied up with them. Pop-Tarts during Pop-Tarts week. We'll see if they can come back in game 4, 5, and 6 and try to show what they're made of. But we'll see what happens with Team Razor, Cheez It, and Applejacks, because really that's the big storyline here, because they're duking it out for those final spots into Series E. The 5th place team, they're out. The top 4 teams, they make it into Season 3, and they're going to have that 750 stipend. You never even know that thing it will go up. It went from 500 to 750 in Season number 1. Maybe it'll continue to do so, but either way, it's not just about the money. It's about having the camaraderie with your team. It's about being partnered with these awesome partners and getting the products. And it's also about the practice and developing your team over time. And that's what we're seeing as we take a look at some of the highlights from the previous game. Unfortunately for Pringles, they weren't able to close this one out after that nasty 145 to the body right there. I believe that was Sleepy Panda, the rat, that he actually helped Cereal get the kill. And then here's where things get a little bit dicey. The jump pad wasn't placed in the correct spot. So they weren't able to take the high ground and avoid a lot of this fighting. Instead, they had to go and send it into multiple teams. And then they allow Razor with the easy third party, and the final finish right there on a Prodigy Aces. So Razor had that building locked down for quite some time. And just like you were talking about, they're picking up kill points too.
Yeah, they weren't trying to overcommit. They were hanging out in that low ground. And I like how you noted that Octane jump pad and where it was placed, because that actually kind of gave a leverage to Team Razor to take that jump pad, avoid the fight that you saw Team Pringles bring over to the side. And then it was essentially Team Pringles that sandwiched themselves because they didn't look behind them. Meanwhile, Team Razor, they're making their way over, and now they have the number advantage. They clean up around Team Pringles, and they clean up around that last member for that final team. And now not only have they taken that first place spot, but they've been able to build up some of that confidence for themselves. Because again, you talk about the last top 4 teams that we currently have in the cumulative points, and Team Razor, they're sitting at 5th place, so they really need to take as many points as possible to stay within that top 4 teams that are left, so that way they could also perform in Season 3, stay together as a team like you made mention of, and still build up on that synergy while they're representing these sponsors.
And one of the things that they're doing over towards the Skyhook side, and I wonder if we're going to catch this, is they are bullying one of the open teams. They are landing directly on top of them no matter what. I'm surprised that they just don't meet in the middle of Skyhook and have a boxing match the way that these guys are fighting it out. So it's going to be interesting to see if that other team kind of, hightails it out of here and realizes, hey, this is Razorland, or, are they going to try to continue to 50-50 this one? Right now, the way that they split up, it looks like the other team has given them all of Skyhook. And Skyhook is typically built for 3 to 4 teams. And they're going to split trials as well, which is meant for another team. So they're basically getting 4 teams worth of loot here.
Wow, that's a great start if you're Team Razor. And the fact that they bullied that team right back over to Countdown, you currently see a skirmish going off, though, on the other side of the train tracks, closer to Epicenter. That's 4 teams, rather, if you count Refinery. That's 4 teams grouped up on that side of the map. Meanwhile, Team Rice Krispy Treats, they're still gathering some of that loot over to this area, and it's a matter of finding that rotation to the high ground for Team Rice Krispy Treats, but they're definitely going to hear some of that gunfire that's going to commence over to Countdown.
Yeah, and while things are a little slow, I'm going to give you a little life update, Vicky. Remember where in between the broadcast I was saying I was doing laundry? Well, I pulled out my fresh Esports Arena Series E hoodie that I got in my Deal or Steal mystery box, and let me tell you, I am feeling fresh right now.
Especially since it's out of the laundry. It's warm too, and it's warming all of us up, trying to see the way that Absolute Monarchy has been really putting on performance, getting 96 with the bow check. You know, we take a look at these patch notes. There's a reason why this bow check had lowered its damage, especially in comparison to the Spitfire. They already find a first pick, and take a look at the damage done. Although we've made note, there's another team that's potentially behind Absolute Monarchy, perhaps coming in from Refinery, so they may not want to dwell here for very long, especially if you look at this loadout from Sleepy Panda, the Bochek and the Mozambique, if I saw that correctly. Although Fruit Ninja, yeah, he's
The
making up for it.
Mozambique combo.
Yeah, I mean, it just got buffed, you know, you got 6 bullets in the chamber now, they got concentrated shots more down the center point of the gun. I mean, we're thriving out here. We got the bow check, we got some picks, we got KP, we got damage done. So, you know, while they do end up cleaning up this place full of loot, they got crafting material, so if they need some meds, they also got that to work with.
And it looks like we're gonna hop on board with Rapid 99. They made their name a little bit more gamer lingo. It looks like Aves in the Applejack squad is going to be able to get some kills over towards the side. Roller is going to heal up. Duke needs to pop that med kit. Aves going to heal up as well, but that's some nice KP coming in for a Team Applejack squad that we know is in the running again. If you are just joining us, there's a huge battle going on as Series E is going to be ending in a few weeks. That means that there's going to be new spots to get involved for Season 3, so you could be playing in Series E on one of these partnered teams if you go through the qualification process, because there are going to be a handful of teams that do get eliminated as Rockstar's trying to avoid being one of those teams. They are sitting at the bottom of the standings right now too, trying to make their way out of this area where you called it. There are so many teams, Vicky. There's even a crypto EMP coming in with the grief. Senpai doesn't have his bubble. Shots are coming through, and Bambino with the knock.
Oh, this is like the worst position to be into. In this low ground, Crater gets the knock, and you don't have your Gibby Dome shield. Meanwhile, there's another team on the high ground above you. It's essentially splitting up some of that attention, but it's going to be Nestle who does try to close out some of that KP for themselves, and they're looking pretty nice, too, with those Evil shields, 2 purple and a blue. Currency Dracos, who is slowly reaching that purple Evil shield himself. Now trying to still hold on to the high ground is Team Nestle, and they're just trying to recuperate after that fight. They do see another team rolling out of Epicenter, so they're just trying to put on some of that extra pressure with the bow check themselves.
There goes Pop-Tarts coming in with the scans. It's going to be Impulse starting to advance a little bit as they do have the player behind the rock, and the bubble's already been used, so that's going to be going away any second now as the counter bubble does come through. The scans are going to be coming in twice as fast, 3 times as fast now as Dracos is going to get knocked. This is Nestle Splash taking on Team Pop-Tarts. The 2-on-1 situation right now. Is Lucas going to be able to take down Ronnie? He is. Lucas is full health. Portal going to come through. We'll see if the other team comes and collapses on this one immediately, or if they're going to give a little bit of respect to Team Pop-Tarts. Unfortunately for Team Pop-Tarts, they were shown in the kill feed, but it's going to be a nice portal from Lucas into some safe cover. They're going to get the res off.
Yeah, that positioning from Lucas, I don't think he even took a shot in that fight. You know, the Massive was super lethal, being able to shield dance with that, you know, that dome with the Massive, but, you know, when you're stuck in a 2v1 situation, there's only so much shield dancing could do there, and Lucas wasn't focused there, so he was able to just take the helm. Despite that, though, 2 members going down, they are going to be able to get the res, and then you have Team Pringles, who is in train yard right now. They force out a Gibby Dome shield, and they have some ultimates to work with, it's looking like. The scan maybe going for a reset, utilizing the Beast of the Hunt here. It's going to be skirmishes everywhere, it seems like. A Gibby bombardment coming out over to the side of what seems like Lava Fisher, and it's going to be Team Razor losing Serial, and that's big if they manage to clean things up, and they do. The Massive doing just massive things, and Extra Tricky finding 2 in the process. This is a great position for Razor, because they're building up some more KP to close in that gap for those final points.
Yeah, Razor's just picking on some of our open teams here, basically just looking and hunting them down. I love the counterplay to throw 2 grenades down at once. One player tosses one. Nice shots coming in for Fury. Looks like he's using the Kraber, but no, that's just the bow. And is this thing nerfed, or do you just need to nerf Fury? Because this guy is not missing until I hit him with a little bit of the caster curse. That is going to be Team Intel just going. And a little bit of happy dance right there coming in from from our boy Gibraltar.
I love the way that Pringles played that because, you know, you have the bombardment of arrows hurling in your direction, not missing a shot. Amazing tracking that we've seen from Team Pringles. And then you got Phony making sure that he's going to get up into that close quarter fights with the EVA 8, spraying down that team, securing some KP for themselves. Got 10 squads left, and they got to rotate towards Circle because the Circle for Ring 1 is closing in on them, and they don't have too much pressure on them, but they do have to be wary of a team that may be hanging out in Train Yard.
Yeah, I don't know what movie that is, but I want to say it's probably like 300 or like Troy or one of those movies. But I wonder if we're ever gonna get to the point in Apex where there's gonna like a legend where everyone just gets behind, you know, like Gibraltar, but you know, there's like a Captain America shield, and you're just like fending off from all the arrows that are flying in the air. Once the arrows start flying, everybody just crouches and puts their shield down so they don't get hit. I feel like that'd be some pretty sick meta plays coming in. But Team Pop-Tarts, they're over there taking down Z Davis. That's going to be the long-range charge rifle coming through. And now Lucas is on the hunt. He's interested. You could tell by the amount of times he's swiveled his kunai in a circle as he's trying to advance into this fight over here and take down the player as he's getting the res. Nice little about 40 damage on that player in front of him, but the damage is not that useful because of the fact that the res has already happened. So now that that team has the high ground, like you were talking about, Vicky, this little gully here is really tough to play from. If you start getting hit from the side, you're absolutely done for. But oh, Vampire Lord, oh no.
Oh, with the charge rifle too to follow up, it's like when you're getting poked by an R301 that has an anvil receiver, it hurts, and then you got the charge rifle on top of that, forcing out the dome. But that's gonna be cute to get a little aggressive because they know the res is gonna come out. Don't think they have a gold backpack here, but we'll just have to see. You have to be careful though, because you know you have a team over to the other side, closer to Epicenter, who could easily just third party this. Team Pop-Tarts are still gonna be able to split some of that focus fire over to the side. Beast of the Hunt is going to be activated here for Impulse, and to close in the gap to make sure that they're not healed up all the way, it's going to be a pressuring tool here for Impulse, knowing that there's no Evil Shield, cleans things up, but he gets tacked on some damage over to the side. Team Pop-Tarts now, they're going to replenish on some health. They have the portal to get away and reposition, so this is a great start here for Team Pop-Tart to get their footing through the door, because they have some KP, and this is a little bit of a different showcase from Team Pop-Tart in comparison to the last 3 games that we've seen from them.
The charge rifle, it's so cheap. I feel like players that use the charge rifle are the players that when they go shopping, they Google discount codes because there aren't any. It's me. I'm a charge rifle player. Speaking of, you can get a discount, Pop-Tarts 15 in the chat, y'all, on the Esports Arena online store if you guys want to get some discount codes for your Pop-Tarts. But yeah, here you go. You don't have to Google those ones. I'll give it to you for free over here. As Team Razor over towards the Epicenter side, they're going to lock down the high ground. This is what Team Razor does a lot of times towards these zones. They love to play the high ground. There's a lot of kill opportunities over here. You find people rotating. You also find a lot of stragglers, teams that are fighting, and you have a lot of opportunities if you're experienced holding this down.
Do you see how many teams, too, are over by Refinery? It's like 3 teams over there, or if I was seeing that correctly, 2 teams. Meanwhile, there's 1 team making their way over from Fragment. I like how Team Razor, though, they end up poking. They give away their position, but that's fine, though, because they see it's just 1 team. Although they have to be wary because there's like 2 teams fighting behind them. Luckily, the rest of Team Razor, they're looking a different direction, and then you do have to be wary of that zip line that's to your right if you look over to the side, because there's a skirmish going on between 2 teams. They do see somebody over to the side here, and they're just trying to get into position. They scan that area to get some intel, but I like how they're not trying to overcommit. They do notice that there is somebody over there, though, but they're keeping their eyes everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, but this is a very fast-paced game, too, so I think that they're trying to kind of do what they did in game number, what was that? Game number 3, where they were able to just lock things down for a while and then kind of explode towards the tail end of things. They've already, accumulated position. There's not many kill points to be had, so they're just going to kind of chill because this is where the placement points really start to tack up here once you start to get inside that top 8 area. As Razor takes some damage, it's Sarah Tricky over towards the side, but again, there's really not many worries as Prodigy Aces actually gets a knock onto Pop-Tarts. It's going to be answered right back. This is a scuffle 2-on-2 now, as Somps is put in a 2-on-1 situation. Joey Blackout and Rakanishi working together over here. Looks like they are going to be able to take down multiple members of Pop-Tarts, and then the last player is just going to rat it out as they res Prodigy Aces.
especially now that they can't chase after it. Forcing out the swap, they try to shield swap, but Aces goes down again by the third party, who's made their way now over to the edges of Epicenter. Now forced to back off, though. They still see the Rat over to the side. A Gibby bombardment now coming in, and it's Rakinishu who gets out of that situation. They've lost their Wraith, though, and that means that they won't have the portal to retreat to. Lonely Fans, meanwhile, is on the other side of the edge of Epicenter. It seems like it was Lonely Fans that was actually trying to tack on some of that pressure and get in some third-party party going on here. It's a fiesta, and they're going to utilize the Valk ult to get right back into the sky, reposition themselves. This also gives them intel, and as you can see that they're trying to make sure if there's a member down from the team that they were trying to third party, now they could bring it into a 3v2 situation, but they get shot while they're in the sky. So that's some notification for them to know where the positioning of the other team is. And they're landing on the roof right here to contest for this high ground refinery spot.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Blight, every single shot just went into the satellite directly in front of him. So we'll see if he's able to connect with these bow shots with the 3x. Lining up the Kobe, gonna chuck one in each store. It's just gonna back those players off. The bow does connect though. Nice little 74 shot right there, and that should be enough for them to go and send this one, but they are worried about the third parties over coming from the side. Any type of charge rifle would be horrible for them as they wanted to make their push just a little 70 or 80 to the side. Will completely change that fight as Blight's going to take to the air one more time and try to connect, but doesn't hit anyone quite yet. So third party, unfortunately for Lonely Fans, didn't work as planned, but they do have some red boxes and some purple boxes in front of them, so possible armor upgrades here for double or negative.
Yeah, honestly, the way that Lonely Fans is positioned, I'd be a little scared because you still have, you know, clear view of the teams that are holding that high ground closer to the hill of Epicenter. But take a look at the teams rotating now towards that high ground. There's another team that could contest Rakinishu, and they've got aces up too. So luckily, they still have that full squad going in, and it's still the battle of that high ground for Refinery. Because you can take a look at the fact that Lonely Fans hasn't pressed their advances despite getting some points going on, or rather not some points but some hits going on to that team. And the circle's closing in, but they're going to be holding onto the edge of that circle. And although their Evo shields from Lonely Fans aren't the best, I mean, double O negative still holding onto that blue Evo. There's some boxes up ahead if they do manage to force this other squad to be respected. And it's going to be Pringles, actually, that's on the other side of Refinery.
The only problem is since it is a skilled team like Pringles, you're in a tough situation because you want to use the bubble to get the loot, but then once your bubble's down, as they do try to advance for the loot, that's exactly what the thought process is, and this is the problem. It's a skilled team. Pringles is baiting these boxes. They get the initial damage, and they're going to start to push up.
That was a nice charge Sentinel shot right there. It does put Fury out of commission just temporarily, but thanks to the Ghibli shield, they're able to close in that space. And that space being made for Pringles, but again, you can't ignore the third party that has clear view over that rooftop of Refinery. And that team is going to want to rotate eventually closer to Refinery because you can see where the end circle is going to end up. I mean, whoever holds that little corner of Refinery on the high ground is going to be sitting in a pretty nice spot.
You can also play the low ground too, and sometimes playing the low ground is actually better because you're going to have a lot more cover here. So let's see exactly what they want to do, and that's what their thought process could be. Pringles is going to ping down low, and they're going to make their way towards the bottom office. I love this play from Pringles. It's actually a superior spot compared to being up towards the top because you don't get pushed, but all of a sudden there is a player there. Prodigy Aces is holding things down. They made the rotation, and now they're locking down the bottom area of the Refinery train station. So what a play coming in from Team Cheez-It. Great shots coming in from Prodigy Aces. Bird is in the vicinity, but I believe Bird is just a rat. So let's see what Rockstar is going to do. They actually take the office building like we were talking about. So in terms of positioning right now, Rockstar has the best spot.
Yeah, and Cheez-Its choosing violence, not only sandwiching Pringles, cleaning them up, now they're bringing this fight over to Team Rockstar, who are holding this side building. Cracked shield, though, on Senpai, so he's going to pop the shield battery here, but you have Tempest, who's going to be able to be there as a threat to give any suppressed fire if necessary, and they're opting to still stay on this higher ground. Wonder if any team could potentially be above them, though, for that team that Lonely Fans that probably moved in, if possible, and it's just a matter of gathering intel here, and they do see somebody on that high ground right now, so maybe opting to hold that office building, or office room, rather, to the side may be better, but we need some loot here, it looks like, and it's just trying to find some attachments here. He swaps the G7 for the R301.
Yeah, I think what they're wanting to do is hold a presence inside of the upper office. We'll call that upper office and this lower office. So in upper office, they were trying to own that so that they understand that no one's going to make their way down the hill in Refinery and take lower office. That just doesn't make sense. They'd get lasered by teams like Razor. So understanding that situation, they want to try to own upper office to try to back the other team down and kind of try to show a little bit more presence so they don't get pinched. So I do like that. But you said something, I think you said sandwich and then you said Pringles. And I actually just had that during the halftime break. So highly recommend if you're not putting Pringles in your sandwich, you're messing up.
Oh, absolutely. That crunch is all you need, but this is not the crunch spot that you want to be in if you're Team Razor. They find the shield bad, but there's a team right behind them. They know they put in a lot of pressure, and then this team right here is going to be able to hold full force. They want to watch out, keep themselves cornered is not where you want to be if you're Team Razor, especially after you made that rotations. You know where the circle is going to end up being. They finish this fight, but they have to go in and heal up rather quickly. Luckily, their Evo shields are healthy enough, and Cheez-Its are down a member, so it's going to be a forced 2v3 situation if you're looking at Team Razor. Now they force out the Dome. Oh, he falls down. There's a little tricky situation when he knows where the other team is, and maybe trying to hold this corner here, but you don't want to be separated too much, especially when you get a scan on you, and now they see that you have your open back here for target season.
Yeah, playing office right now, and we're talking about the value of this. The sandwich opportunities. Cheez-It sandwiches don't sound too bad either. I'm gonna try that one out. Could be a new meta that have been unexplored. Also, the crisps, I think they're called, look phenomenal. We'll still have to get those hands on those, but they did get scanned. This looks like a full 3-man eat.
Oh no, they know that they only have 2 members and they saw red. They're hungry, and look at the reposition from Cheez-Its. They got out. They want no business getting into that, but they're also forced out of circle. Maybe considering getting on the high ground, but instead they get in some extra pokes, and now that team may divert their attention over to Cheez-Its, who are on this low ground. They may want to hold this door closed, but one of the doors have already been damaged, so it just takes one hit to break open through there.
These guys are the Ring Around the Rosie masters. If they win this fight, I am going to go absolutely nuts. It's against Team Razor, though, and it looks like they get wiped out absolutely immediately. That's a huge win there. Less points for Team Cheez-It, more points for Team Razor. Razor trying to go back-to-back here, and now we're in a full 3-on-3.
Oh, the grenade getting out of that radius there. They also got some boxes to shield swap if necessary, and this is a great position. You're talking about that lower office ground. It's not always about the high ground positioning, and now they found themselves a comfy spot to pitch up the tent, and look at the way that Lonely Fans has this clear view. Now, after Lonely Fans was left in the top 2 squads in that first game, they don't want another similar situation to go down, very similarly to that Cheez-Its grenade toss that won Cheez-Its that first game. Now, instead, the positioning advantage goes in favor of Lonely Fans, but can they maintain that again with, you know, that low ground positioning going over to Team Razor? And they're still trying to get these ults, and the Beast of the Hunt will be online for Team Razor.
I want to see how Lonely Fans plays this one, and I think that this is a great opportunity for them to learn from their mistakes. The last thing you want to do here is die how you did before, where there's virtually no knocks, and it's just such an easy, clean team fight in that 3-on-3. You want to have some sort of presence here. Everybody wants to hold their angles, but you also have to be within helping distance if that's the case. So now it looks like everybody is taking a little bit more aggressive peeking angles, which is the problem that they had in game number 1, where they're playing too passive. They had the high ground, and they just let the other team run around for free. Now this time, they're taking good positions. You can see Blueberry has been locking down this head glitch while Blight's been playing the roof, and they also have another player in 00 negative playing the roof, so he can help either side. So this is perfect positioning coming through. Blueberry also has the best escape for his team in terms of being able to run fast from the Octane, so he can immediately just escape back up over towards the roof if he needed to. And then you also could make some sort of play with Blight. We'll see what they want to do here, because they have a little bit more utility. The advantage right now for Razor is obviously in the Bloodhound scan. So it's going to come down to, in my opinion, the plays with 00 negative and with Zeratricky. The Gibraltar bubble placement and the timing of the defensive bombardment is everything here.
Yeah, and that's how you're seeing Team Razor get set up for. And they have KP in comparison to Lonely fans that are trying to play this for specifically placement reasons. They don't really have a lot of points to work with, so they really do need this. They want to prioritize over their positioning. They've kept Team Razor funneled in that low ground, and the way that they're split up a little bit, they have the Bloodhound scan to note where the Valkyrie is, and it's going to be Blight who's taking some of that damage. Does have that ult, but may not be very useful right now. The bombardment, though, that was so crucial is out here, and you could see the forced repositioning from Lonely fans as they drop down to the ground. One of the members of Lonely fans is still holding on to that high ground, so if Team Razor make their way out, they have that dome shield to protect their heads, but isn't going to be enough time for them to boot that high ground individual from Lonely fans from getting all that pressure. It's going to be Blueberry and Blight and Double O Negative. Double O Negative goes down, and that's going to force out Serial now to get a little aggressive. You can't ignore the fact that, again, a number member is forced off the high ground thanks to the circle. Is Razor going to do it? And they do, with the sole member left here for Team Razor. And I can't believe Lonely fans lost in a similar fashion where they had the high ground positioning. They had the ability to funnel Team Razor out of that small underground corner, and yet they still end up taking the whole thing in the end, taking game number 4, and that's 2 in a row for Team Razor.
Yeah, the execution just wasn't there for Lonely fans, and it was there for Team Razor. Really, all you had to do was go into the bubble fight. I'm not sure why Blight thought he didn't need to heal throughout all of that. He takes an aggressive angle, takes like 25 damage, has plenty of times to hit a cell. Instead, he takes 25 more damage, could still pop a cell if he wanted to, goes for a battery, stops the battery, climbs into the air, shoots a bad missile. It's just a really sloppy play from Lonely fans, not typical from them, and Team Razor is going to take advantage of that. It has to be disappointing for Lonely fans because they're so skilled. I would say that they would win these fights a lot of times, but they're just overthinking things. They need to get into the position and just realize that they have the best position. They're able to execute if they just work together. Instead, I'm seeing staggered one-by-one pushes and a little bit of nerves coming through for Lonely fans. Great job by Team Razor. They needed it. Can't take anything away from them. That was not an easy fight to win. Back-to-back wins. We'll see how that tallies up in overall points, and not just that, our points for today in our open day. This is Series E. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
How did I come up with my gamer tag? I used to go by Scorpio615 on Xbox back in the Halo Call of Duty days, and I was playing with an IRL friend, and he was saying, "You're stomping the whole lobby," and it kind of stuck with me. I was like, man, stomps, like put EZ at the end, that way it's easy. So stomps is how you say it. I used to also rock Eagle 325 because I was a Philadelphia Eagles fan for the NFL. I should put 325 at the end of it, just some random numbers to go with it. Yeah, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
So where I got my gamer tag from, I pretty much always had Impulse in my name in some sort of form. When I was younger in like clans and stuff on Xbox Live, I'd have like that clan name and then Impulse. And when I moved away from all that, I obviously couldn't get their OG Impulse because that's taken by like 500 different people and 500 variations. So I just like reached out to some of my friends and I was asking like, I need Impulse in my name, give me some suggestions, and somebody said Impulsive Dream, and I was like, that sounds cool enough, I'll run with it. And it's been that ever since. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo! Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'. Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
What's up, folks? Back here in the Esports Arena, Orange County studio, Series E Apex Legends, continuing on Pop-Tarts Week. I am your host, Jason, and special shout out to my boy Stomps. As a fellow Eagle fan, go Birds. Love to hear it, my man. Great game there. Game number 4. Team Razor giving their own set of back-to-back wins here on open night. Team Cheeses to start the day, and now Razor continuing to make that push up the standings. Great performance from them so far, and now we'll just have to see which one of those two squads can come out on top. Team Razor looking strong at the top of our Mobile One leaderboard, which we will check once again after this break. But let's check out our post-game stats here for the 4th game of the day. Zara Tricky and the boys looking really strong, and it's Mr. Hacula with a stellar performance in this game, clutching up that final fight against Lonely Fans. 7 kills for him, over 1,500 damage in that game, and this is one of those players that may be in contention for that Mobile One high performance player of the season. Mr. Hacula has been up at the top of those Slayer standings. 7 kills here, certainly going to help him out in that regard. Certainly a player to keep your eye on. And Team Razor, with 2 games left, can they make it 3 wins in the last 4 open nights? You'll have to stick around to find out after this break.
Hey guys, it's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts. I am the Bloodhound player, mainly running a support role, and my favorite gun combo is the Volt and Eva. The Volt because I have one of these which has aim assist and it's really broken.
Prioritize positioning themselves here. Team Pop-Tarts, they're already rotating. They're staying with the same composition, already finding themselves in a fight.
And so this could be a very crucial kill. Who spots who first? Oh boy, someone was AFK, and it was not Impulse.
I'm there to make up for any calls whenever our IGL or a fight caller aren't like confident in something. I'll throw something out there. And other than that, I just shoot my gun, and that's that.
Slight HP advantage, just a slight HP advantage, but you're playing close up against Rambo on that controller. He's got the Prowler, he's got the R301. Both of them going for the full reset here, which means that Rambo will have the 20 HP advantage. He hits that res as he gets pushed now. Rambo is ready to try and finish this one off. There was a snake. And
if you want to try the brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series Z. Game 4 just concluded. It was back-to-back wins from Team Cheez-It to start in 1 and 2. And then, Vicky, we had Team Razor popping off in game number 3 and 4. Who's going to win this thing overall? Are you feeling Razor right now?
I am. I feel like they've made some adjustments that I absolutely am loving right now. I know we were talking about earlier when we just kicked off the day that Team Razor is a pretty aggressive team, loves landing in Skyhook to get some of that early KP. Now, they're still landing in Skyhook, but I feel like they're playing a lot safer. They're getting early KP, and then they're opting to play positioning, and then any team that they find on the way, that's some more extra KP going into their pocket because they know how to kind of turn on that switch to play way more aggressively, and then they go back to that passive play when it comes to those rotations. So overall, I actually really liked what I'm seeing from Team Razor. And you talk about what's on the line here. It's Team Razor that are trying to close up with those points.
It is. I can't wait to see how many points they have overall. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard and find out where everyone stacks up right now. Holy 83 points overall for Team Razor. That is absolutely huge. Keep in mind, they were down, I believe it was, 13, 14 points overall for Team Cheez-It in terms of relegations. So that's a neck and neck race right now. We're talking just a handful of kills, just 1 or 2 placements away from possibly not being in Series E for Season 3. I mean, granted, you could go through the qualification process, even you can do it watching at home, but Team Pringles, Team Applejacks, they're trying to catch up over here to Team Cheez-It as well. So it's not just a 1 or 2 team race. Applejacks is definitely involved in that conversation. Team Pringles has been consistent throughout. But I am shocked, absolutely shocked after game number 1 and 2. If you asked me who I thought was going to win this thing, I would have not said Team Razor, and I would have not said at 83 points just after 4 games.
Yeah, the way that now they've not only gotten the lead but extended it. You're talking in comparison to Team Cheez-It that took the first 2 games. You know, they were sitting pretty happily on that first place spot, but now it's Team Razor that take it from them, and now they're building in a gap between them two. I mean, 83 points to 66. Overall, Team Razor, they're looking great, and it's like they've made some of those adjustments coming in from last week after the performance that we saw from Team Pop-Tarts. It's like right here, Team Pop-Tarts, they're in the number 7 spot. And why don't we take a look at the Mobile One highlight here from Team Razor, who, you know, they were popping off, but time to see which team actually takes the high performance moment here. And it is going to be Team Razor versus Lonely Fans. And Lonely Fans, you can see how they're holding onto that low ground. They have some of that split attention. And this is the play from Blight that you were actually mentioning here, who maybe got a little sweaty, spilled some spaghetti out of his pocket.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on because he was the player that was like, all right, y'all, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to take position here. But in the end, he just kind of, collapses under the pressure. It's really unfortunate because I would have loved to see him continue to play the head glitch angle, stay back, and then hit a cell and continue to challenge these players. Because if he gets all the focus on him, that means you're going to have free shots for your 2 teammates over towards the side. So you have to be able to have that type of time and communication. Unfortunately, by splitting up from his team and then them not working together, it ends up being a worst case scenario where they start staggering themselves. And you can see Blake really doesn't lay down any shots besides the initial shots. And then when you go and see what's going on from the Razor side, they're taking the high ground. He doesn't know if he's on top of the box or not. And it's like, dude, you're playing Valkyrie. You should be the one that's in the air. So it's really tough to be in second place in back-to-back games here. Not back-to-back, but in 2 games out of 4 when basically they should have won both of these. And, this is something that I definitely expect them to clean up. I think Blight's a really solid player. I think that they're going to get over this. And it's good for them to watch these type of things because we could be like, why are we making this so hard on ourselves? Why are we splitting up? Or why are we not sticking together? Or if I'm going to split up, I need to accomplish more because I'm taking initiative and I'm able to basically win this game with my play alone that I'm making right here if I have the supporting cast and if I do the right things. So I thought that Blight's play was perfect. I thought going to the spot and playing the head glitch was great. I think that he just needs to hit a cell, continue to peak, and then the rest of his team can come through and they win the bubble battle based on the damage and the positioning that Blight has alone off that. But either way, Razor's coming through. They're getting so much loot like you were talking about. They're going over towards Skyhook. They're getting trials, and they're going all the way down to south for these zones and just killing everybody along the way. So if right now, what you're hoping for, probably if your team Cheez-It, is that the zone pulls towards Skyhook and they just are forced to sit there. And I don't think they would sit there. I think they'd still run around killing people.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think they could sit still if they wanted to for as long as, end game here, especially when they have this entire place to loot. They want to make sure if they get unlucky with the loot that, they are at least are well equipped to deal with the fights that are going to hurtle in their direction. But that is to say if the circle pulls towards them. And yeah, the way that a Team Razor played that last game was really well because not only did they utilize that dome for space, but now we currently have Rockstar who are down a member. This is... Okay, they really wanted to bring the heat here already. I mean, Senpai is one shot. They currently have a sniper, goes for a shield swap, and still gets melted down. When you're fighting in the middle of Capital like this is the heat that you're expected to play around with. Yeah.
3 teams that said, all right, everyone meet me. Catch me outside. How about that? Z Davis and the Goofballs actually walk away with the dub over here towards the fragment side. And I don't know what these guys are on after game number 4. That's absolutely ridiculous plays. Let's see what he gets out here. See, this is typically how my gold bots go. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, wow, okay, so Goofballs, they got some KP for themselves, they're looking great, got an Evo Shield, 2 blue Evos, and they could potentially build up more off of that. if you take a look, they are the only team though in Fragment. Meanwhile, the other teams are closer to Overlook, and they're making their way over to another team who's by Refinery. As we do get set up in rotation, though, it's that team, Team Razor, who's off to the side by Trials, and it looks like they still have Trials and all of Skyhook to themselves, so they even could make their way over to Countdown, which looks like there's no contention over there. Meanwhile, you have Team Intel that are still trying to get some of that good loot.
Yeah, let's hop on board with Nestle Splash and some of these teams that were like Epicenter Refinery, because I know that they were kind of battling it out, and on the mini map I may have saw some shots flying back and forth. As Team Intel, they're looting up Thermal, they're gonna be all right. They have a very, very far rotation, but Nestle Splash has been one of the teams that have been fighting a lot. Bambino actually gets a knock right here. Looks like he was using the Spitfire for that one, and he's gonna continue to try to put some long range shots down. And they do get the bleed out, so that's going to be a third party that comes in and helps them with that one. They continue to stay kind of active early on, but it's going to be an interesting rotation for them because they have to make their way all the way towards the Skyhook side, and they're going to meet a lot of teams along the way. But like I was talking about, Vicky, these are the type of games now that it's going to be interesting for Razor and to see what they do, because they have been having to trek it really far for all these zones, and they've been getting a lot of kills along the way. We'll see if the kind of reverse happens now where they're forced to slow things down and play the zone.
Yeah, it really does trickle down to see how these teams play things out, especially since, we are on game number 5, and it's up to this game and next game to really try to close things out for these teams. Ooh, gold mag on the Spitfire, that's always nice. And Bambino now just trying to recuperate after last game, and meanwhile, it's Applejacks making sure that they clean things up, finding a pick, and already having 2 KP is Dupe. He's getting hit by the charge rifle over to the side. Luckily, he has an Evo Shield swap, and some repositioning that he could work with to see where they're shooting him from. Definitely off of that high ground closer to sorting. And they're also just trying to figure out where they want to rotate to next. They see another squad behind them, though, so they don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched after this fight.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Aves has had a couple of games where he has popped off overall. But 12 squads left. This is a very fast-paced game, and right now, if you're Razor, you're probably thinking about just getting these placement points. I mean, it's been absolutely brutal to start. You had 3 or 4 teams dropping over towards Fragment East, and then there's a handful of different 50-50s, and then teams are already fighting on their rotation. This is the second fight we're seeing over towards this side of the map as well. So it's going to be, tough to get this KP. Really, what you're thinking about is trying to lock down those extra placement points. And you also probably are looking for the other teams on the leaderboard to kind of fall. You're hoping maybe Team Cheez It takes a fight, and maybe we could go third party that one and play a little bit more aware around those, circumstances that you have if you Team Razor.
Yeah, and now if you take a look at the way that Team Rice Krispie Treats are playing this, they have the Dome Shield, maybe the Bombardment too. It looks like they're just managing to tack on some extra pressure, but Tex Candy's out of this fight, and the massive no, not doing enough damage. That's something that you hate to see, but you love the follow-up from the Eva 8, but when you're getting sandwiched like that, you have no Evo Shield, and there's only one member left. He may retreat just to reposition himself, heal up. Missing those shots allows him to get out of safety. He's probably trying to revive here over to the side, especially since he saw him take that jump pad out. The Dome is now going to allow him to get that revive a little bit quicker, but he doesn't let that happen. He gets right back into the action, but you can see one member has been picked up. Did they heal up at least a little bit? It looks like they did,
Wow.
and unfortunately, they closed things up. Great timing on the Dome and the res from 6, though, and that's why it's almost like as pressuring as we had seen from the barrier that Lifeline would get when she would revive, because that was a cue, okay, I gotta hold forward, but of course, when you're low like that, you don't want to, especially when you're at risk of getting hit by a massive and you're 1.
Yeah, sometimes the best thing to do in that situation, it was great plays to get out of there, but in order to win that one, hitting a battery, and it kind of reminds me of like when you're 12 and you're with your brother and your sister on your opposite side of the kitchen table and trying to play tag with one another. And you basically just have to do that. And you have to, just in this type of scenario, just like this, when there's some pills or anything like that, it takes 4 seconds to hit that battery. It seems like a lifetime in those situations, but the timing from 6 is key. The fact that immediately once he saw that jump pad go down and the player dip out, he's like, all right, I'm hitting this res. Not only that, the instant heal coming in from Panders is huge. It's nice to see Team Intel winning some of these fights. They've been so close. Players just surviving with 20, 30 HP, sometimes less. They close that fight out.
And then in the world of Applejacks, currently have a lot of this high ground pressure coming out from the R301. It's going to be Dupe who's doing it, and it's ring 1, so, you know, they still have some materials to work with. They got some meds, especially after you saw Dupe pick up that med kit and some syringes. And after utilizing Beast of the Hunt and waiting for the ultimate to recharge up again, they're going to have to make their rotation over. But there's a squad waiting for them on the other side of that closed up ring, so they're going to probably opt to go for a different position, maybe opt to go onto the high ground closer to Thermal.
Back on board with Intel. 6 fresh off of his clutch, trying to do another one over here. It's a defensive bombardment in hand. I would love to see him use that one. Has to dodge a couple arc stars along the way. Actually doesn't dodge them, but he does push that team off while the damage was coming down, and doesn't like possible hit markers coming through, but it's not enough because the team did dip out. So all of this maybe for this package over towards the left. I do see them kind of posturing over towards that side.
Yeah, I like the way that Intel played that. They kind of had the members of Intel rotating in and out based off of who needed to heal here. For example, like Bloodhound, now that they're using the shield cells instead of the shield bats, that could be an indicator right now of a lack of materials. So they want to try to push on the squad so that way they could top off here instead. And Bocek coming in with some extra pressure, but they're holding onto that building, and if this fight goes on long enough, the team rotating from the back of Thermal may actually come in to sandwich this team that's inside, and that's a third-party opportunity to steal some KP. They're diving right in, though. The Arc Star's gonna break down the door. That's gonna clear some view over for this Bocek to deal its damage, but the Dome is gonna stop them short. That's gonna be Q to hold forward, and it's gonna be Metro Goat who's gonna be able to hold in. He's pressuring out 2 members. He's holding onto the massive. He's shield dancing, and he gets one down, closes things out, and I like the way that the rest of Intel just played that. They completely sandwiched them from the inside, and it's Cheez-It now that are making their way over to invite themselves over to the party. Oh no, the Dome came out when he threw out the Arc Star, but it doesn't matter as long as they don't find themselves getting choked out. It's Joey Blackout, though, taking the blunt end of most of that damage, and diving right in. Don't ignore the Kimmy who's trying to hang out in your backlines. He dealt so much damage, but his Cheez-Its are down too. It's going to be a 1v1 now between Intel and Cheez-Its, and it's Joey Blackout who's 1 shot away from finding themselves back in the lobby.
But he hits the battery, and then that's going to be a possible Phoenix kit, and now the switch back on over towards the battery. Will he get it off in time? He doesn't. If he would have just used the battery instead of the Phoenix kit, he would have had it, but then Metro also has to bail. That's horrible news there for Team Cheez-It. Great news for Razor. It's Pringles coming in with the finish as well, as Pop-Tarts is going to find Z Davis, the last member alive, and hello.
He just stood there and stared. He knew he was gonna pop up again on the other side of the cart, and that was actually what I was worried about, because I knew that there was a team rotating from back closer to Thermal, and so it was just a matter of time with the way that fight was going down, and then you had another squad roll in. That's 2, make it 3 squads in total of a fight that just happened in that one building, and then Pringles coming in. That's 4 squads in total for this King of the Hill positioning that they just won themselves, and some free KP too, because they saw those 2 members down and they finish them off, so that's going to go in favor for themselves, and they're going to clean up that last lone Bloodhound that unfortunately couldn't get away in time.
You got to feel right there for when the Gibraltar bubble went down and the Arc Star went and hit the bubble. I was like, I don't know. Something about this fight just doesn't seem like it's going to go well after this. But personally, you know, the bubble has to be placed at the door entrance. That is typically how you approach that fight. Because when we're talking about third parties from behind, if the bubble is at the bottom of the stairs, what's the point of the bubble? Because you have to walk up the stairs to kill them. So the bubble needs to be, yes, the bubble needs to be at the top of the stairs. So when you're fighting, you're not getting shot in the back, and then you have enough time to reset inside the bubble and re-heal. Because that fight is not going to last as long as the bubble is. Because the bubble lasts, what, 12 seconds? These players are just too talented and too skilled to let that fight last that long. So once the bubble was placed in the bad spot, and you probably have only been carrying those 2 Arc Stars for the entire game, hoping they're both going to count, well, not one of them hit, and that was a weak Team Intel team. So Team Cheez-It probably could have gotten Team Intel, but I don't know if they would have finished Team Pringles based on Team Intel doing so much damage to them.
Yeah, and there's another squad behind Team Pringles too that looks like they were rotating towards the noise, but now they're behind Team Pringles, and both teams are trying to rotate into circle currently. And as we have Applejacks here over to the side, now they're in circle. They're great. They're in great positioning. They didn't scan the beacon as it is going to be outside of circle. Well, actually, I mean it's right there on the border of it, but it's still ring 3. You want to watch out for that. You don't want another team to pressure you down. They do have the R301 PK combo going in from Dupe, who's been able to really shine with this combination time and time again, especially within the last few games. And they do see a squad potentially in train yard. So it's just a matter of topping off on some meds, and now being able to get that purple shotgun choke is definitely going to help you out.
Can we talk about how cool the Bocek ammo looks when it's, you know, just sitting inside of the crate right there? Just the arrows look so cool. I wonder if there's ever going to be, you know, maybe a year or two down the road where they do like some visual updates to some of the things, like maybe the armor changes the way that it looks on the ground, or I wouldn't really change the armor, but maybe some of the attachments and things like that could be a little bit
like the
different.
way that they look, especially now that we have yellow attachments too to show like how they're legendary. Yeah, I could totally see something like that happening. Or little do we know, maybe the Bocek just subtly turns into like an energy sniper. So you know how that always goes.
It gets bolted and it goes into the crates, and that's how they deal with it. And it's like, all right. If people keep complaining about this gun, it's going straight to the crate.
Swap it out for the Kraber. No, please.
Yeah, Kraber on the ground.
No.
Looks like we're gonna have a train ending though here, Vicky, and if that's the case, this is gonna be pretty lit.
Yeah, this is gonna be cool because you can already see this team right here on the higher. Ooh, King got eliminated. He quite literally was putting on some pressure, and then they just melted him down, forcing him out of that situation. The other two members that are hanging out on that roof also have that cart that they can slide and jump towards. Meanwhile, it's Team Pop-Tarts, though. They are on the low ground, so they want to watch out. The bombardment looks like it's been called, and it's going to be another team on the other side of Train Yard that are still trying to put on some pressure going in. And Team Pop-Tarts have to recover the banner, but I don't know if they're going to even be able to pull off a res with the circle closing in at this point. And the banner is going to have to get left behind. It's going to be Lucas taking on more of that damage, and he's lost his shield. And it's going to be Pringles, not only with a full squad, but with full red Evo shields and closer to circle, so they're going to have an easier job to circle keep this squad, who now has forced out the Gibby Dome.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to charge with that nice little bounce pad, but you see Team Razor on the rotation and misspoke, got bamboozled. Thought it was gonna be a train ending, but it was just so many teams over there. Looks like Razor's in a perfect position, but it was Team Pringles picking up a handful of kills along the way. Serial finds himself one onto Obey. Nice job sliding, maneuvering from Hakulo. He's gonna go and hit that battery and heal, but they are stuck down low, and you know down here it's kind of a last resort. Yes, granted they did have to chase for the KP, but now they have to figure out exactly how they're gonna get out of here. It has to be a bounce pad from Serial.
Yeah, that's going to be their best option here. Or, you know, they're going to try to take the zipline, but oh my gosh, the amount of damage being tacked on. The dome is going to help them get into this building for safety. But now it looks like they're in between two squads, which is not where you want to be, especially when you have those two doors to kind of formulate into. And taking so much damage is Serial, and he's going to lose his shield. Luckily, he has a gold Evo, so he could at least utilize that one shield cell to heal for 2 bars. And it's going to be Nestle here, who are just hanging out over to the side.
Yeah, it looks like Dracos gets the Kraber and then changes his sensitivity. Interesting strategy here coming in from Dracos. And let's see if he's able to connect after. Oh, shoot. What the?
He had it. He had it. Oh, he double
shot, bro. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Oh, that was an opportunity there right there too. He knew, but look, there's 2 members down here from Nestle and having to dance around the Gibby shield while another team is rolling in. How much time do you have before you could shield swap here, Dupe? I mean, it's gonna be a 2v3 situation really shortly if you don't find yourself healing up rather quickly. He does pop that shield bat, and they're gonna end up topping off a little bit here and rotate right back into the circle. They do have a beacon that's also right there too, if they do want to risk the res onto Aves.
Yeah, why not? Go for it, as Lifty's actually going to be taken out. Presley coming through, and Pringles silently having a really solid game. And oh, I bet Presley's eyes are lighting up right now. He doesn't even have to look. He just has to just
Oh,
keep shooting.
no.
And he's going to pick up a ton of kills. Presley taking 2 for the team. Nice job by Presley and Team Pringles over here. They're having another really solid performance, but a couple of Valkyrie rockets are going to come through and slow his momentum down just temporarily. But that's what you love to see. If you're Fury or if you're Phony right there and Presley's like, hey, over here, guys, some free kills, and he's just ripping in with that bow, you just love to see that.
Yeah, that's a different way to say we take those here if you're Presley. And as Pringles still hold on to this high ground, they gotta keep their eyes in both directions, like chameleons too, because you know they don't want to get pushed by one squad on the right. Meanwhile, there's still another squad over to the left. And if you are that squad that's holding on to that window balcony here, it's gonna be the other squad who've made their rotation over to that side room that we saw all the chaos unfold onto. And as we still have Pringles holding on to the full 3-man squad with the red evil shields, I have my eyes on Pringles right now to turn the tides around for this game. They're making the rotation over to the other side, so that way they're not in open ground and forced to like sandwich themselves. You see they're taking their time here while looking at the other two teams.
Yeah, this is so much Pringles playstyle. It's crazy. They also, I'm surprised they're not the ones with the Kraber, because at this point you would expect someone on their team to have it, probably Fury, but Spitfire PK in the hands of Phony, he's going to be laying down some serious damage. You love to see Nestle Splash make their way towards the end game. This is going to be a full 3-on-3-on-3. Y'all can see in the top right, 9 players and a handful of kills. But Dracos, we understand why he didn't shoot that shot. He's been conserving ammo throughout all of this. Only 5 shots total. If he's able to get a knock, it could bait them into pushing and getting a little too aggressive. So at this point, Dracos needs to be very smart about the way that he approaches this situation. But unfortunately for Nestle Splash, you can see where both teams are, and they are in the middle between them.
Oh, is this Draco's moment to shine with the Kraber, get a pick, and then dive all down, especially seeing, ooh, so close. But they are throwing a bombardment of grenades in there, and that's something to be worried about, because if those doors are broken now, they have a lack of cover. You can already see the way that they're playing this. I like how they're playing a lot more patiently. If they do find that 145, though, and that's going to be cute for that team to heal up, but they can't ignore their backs, as they are going to find themselves getting sandwiched, forcing out the dome. But is it going to be enough to keep both these teams at bay before they both charge in there? And it's going to be chaos again. These are the last 3 squads for this 4th game, or rather this 5th game.
I got an idea. Valkyrie inside of the building and just fly up and hover above them, and nothing bad will happen. No, I'm just kidding. Is Nestle Splash now down 1 player? That's going to be Rolders ripping into Bambino. Tough situation to be in. I love that grenade from Ronnie. He's going to block that door. Not only that, do a little bit of damage over towards the side. Pringles is slow playing. If they're watching the kill feed, just waiting for their opportunity to come through. Any type of res is a huge bait right now. You just have to fight this as a 2-man team. And Ronnie's trying to lock down this door. The jumping PK coming in from Dupe. There's the bubble res. Ronnie's going to watch the side. Unfortunately, hasn't connected on a shot quite yet. There he does 150 damage, and Dupe takes a lot. So he's going to dip out over towards the side. But that is going to be a clean wipe coming in from Rolders. Now it's Team Pringles' time to shine. They're coming through. Vicky, looks like they got this one in the bag.
Oh yeah, they got the invitation, and now they found the perfect timing to charge right in there while they're weak, and it's Team Pringles that take game number 5. And I love the rotations that we saw from Team Pringles within that game.
It was a very well executed game. I think we have a theme here, okay? Cheese it, razor, razor, Pringles, Pringles. I'm predicting it right now. We'll see what happens on the leaderboards, though. We're going to take a quick break. We know Pringles was sitting up over towards the top. We'll see how much they caught up to Team Razor. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts, and I'm about to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart. That is the best Pop-Tart by far. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for Series E?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
All right, folks, welcome back to Pop-Tarts Week here on Series E. I am your host, Yeso, and sadly, it seems like Farmer Lucas may have spent a little too much time out on the farm today, as they have certainly been struggling in the standings here tonight. Not able to repeat the performance we saw from them a week ago, but we saw Team Pringles coming out on top in game number 5. They've been getting into those late circles very consistently tonight. We're finally able to push it through and grab the win there in game number 5. So good on them, trying to continue to build on the lead that they have in our partnered teams' standings. It was 2 games for Team Cheeses to start the day, followed up by 2 from Team Razor. The real question is, can Team Pringles close the day with 2 wins in a row? We'll have to find out with our final game. Let's check out our post-game stats here for game number 5. Phony, a player that I highlighted at halftime, one of my favorites to win Mobile 1 High Performance Player of the Season, leading the way. And then Presley, kill leader for this game with 5 kills. The great thing for Team Pringles is all of those boys frag out. All 3 of the Team Pringles members in the top 10 in our Slayer standings, so they are consistent all across the board. And then in the damage department, it is Duplex of Team Applejacks, almost 2,400 damage from him. Applejack's having a much stronger day today than we've seen from them over the last couple of weeks. Haven't been able to get a win, but getting some consistent kills, getting some of those high placings. Love to see it from them. As we mentioned, that gap between 3rd and 5th is not very large, so they need to continue to put up points to try and build a bit of a buffer to try and hold on to a spot in Series E Season 3. We will close out the day with game number 6, so don't go anywhere. Vicky Kitty and T-Squared will be back in a few.
Hey, what's up? My name's Lucas, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts. Don't even need to be toasted. Perfect right out of the package. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Whew.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series Z. We have an exciting game number 6 coming up. It's T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action tonight. And it's been fun so far. We've had back-to-back winners numerous times. We'll see if Team Pringles could do so. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard and find out kind of where everyone's stacking up. Vicky, why don't you walk us through this?
Yeah, Team Racer still holding on to that #1 spot, but take a look at Team Pringles, who just closed things out last game, and now they're at 71 points, not too far away from Team Razor if they do end up closing out this 6th game and final game that we are going to have for the night. But rounding the corner right next to Team Pringles is going to be Team Cheez-It. Although they took the first 2 games, they're still sitting at 68 points and could secure themselves that 2nd place spot and steal it from right under Team Pringles if they're not careful enough.
And it's interesting to look at these top 4 teams. You could just see how one-sided it's been throughout all this. I mean, Rockstar, Pop-Tarts, Absolute Monarchy, they've all had their moments. Lonely Fans, they've had their moments. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to close them out. But that's just how well these other 4 teams are playing. You see amazing highlights from all of these teams sitting inside the top, 12 really, as we've had a handful of teams drop out. So if you're one of these open teams coming through, it's not like there's money up for grabs or anything. It's not like you could get $750 a month to play, or you could learn from these players or anything. So, hopefully we get some open teams in here next week that are in it to win it, because I don't think I've seen any teams drop out before, especially not like today. So anyway, Team Razor, Pringles, Team Cheez-It, Apple Jacks. We have to keep in mind the overall scores here. That's a huge, huge deal. Razor really turned it up once we took a look at that accumulative leaderboard and realized, oh, wow, we're 13 points behind Team Cheez-It. We're a handful of points behind Team Apple Jacks. Well, they've not just closed the gap, Vicky. I think they've surpassed that and have potentially pushed Team Cheez-It out of the position here, as we see the consistency from some of these top open teams that have been doing some serious work. Lonely Fans especially, 542 points. Granted, we've seen some of their best play in previous weeks. We're seeing highlights today. They could be a team that closes it out. I mean, we're expecting back-to-back Pringles wins, Vicky. Lonely Fans could learn from their mistakes. They're putting themselves in great positions. They just haven't won that final fight.
Yeah, their positioning and the way that they end in placement has been consistent. But take a look at the cumulative leaderboards here, all combined with Team Pringles still leading the way over Team Pop-Tarts. And look at that gap that they were able to build up for themselves. But look at the way that these teams have shifted. Team Razor, they're no longer in the 5th place spot. Not only did they jump 1 spot, but they jumped over Team Cheez-It, securing that 3rd place spot. And what a situation for Team Razor. Although they have that 10-point lead over Team Cheez-It, you have to be doing something in your Team Apple Jacks, because you could see, and you're quite literally on Team Cheez-It's tail. The way that 4th and 5th, well, rather, 3rd place all the way up to 5th place are quite literally neck to neck. This is intense for 3 of these teams, and this is what highlights how important this final game of the night is going to be, because I have to reiterate, it's week number 10 here. We got 2 more weeks to work with, and slowly the time is running out for these teams to secure these top 4 spots.
And I also wouldn't count out Team Intel. I have team with 6 on Team Intel, and we've seen Team Intel drop absolute bombs. And keep in mind, if Razor's dropping 80 points after 4 games or so, 5 games, then you can expect, potentially 100 points in one day. We've seen that before. I think the record overall is 104. So if you can get 100 points and one of the other teams has a bad day, and then all of a sudden on your pro day you pop off, because the pro days are really, really tough. Sometimes you'll have maybe a 20, 30, 40 point difference between you and one of the other teams here. And that's what we're seeing. Every day really counts. And you're seeing the desperation come to set in with Team Intel. That's why they're taking fights over towards the Dorito building. That's why there's constant third parties coming over there. And Team Cheez-It, Team Apple Jacks, and Team Razor, though, all within 7 points is just so, so ridiculous. Let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance moment of game number 5, and it has to be Team Pringles over towards the end. Actually, it's Team Intel in the fight over towards the building.
Yeah, and this is that chaotic building that we noted. This is the first fight that actually went down here before we saw the third and fourth party roll all the way in. It is Team Intel, though, that get into positioning. I like how the player with the bow check bow actually is going to hang back a little bit. Meanwhile, it's Metro Go, who is wrecking havoc with the Massive. Not the Havoc, but the Mastiff here. And it's going to be not only Dome Dancing, and it's going to be Cheese It, who's going to be that third party that we were talking about earlier. And they seemed so close on cleaning up this fight rather quickly since it had just ended there. I don't think they had time to shield swap exactly. And if they did, Team Cheez-It still took a lot of that damage, especially Joey Blackout, to be able to allow the fourth party that we're going to see shortly actually succeed in this fight and claim this building as theirs.
Yeah, and again, I think Rakinishu meant to throw that bubble at the door entrance, and that fight would have been a lot quicker, and they wouldn't have had to all jump outside of the building. And that's why things lasted just the way that they did, because neither team wanted this fight to last this long. They wish that they would have cleaned this up a really, really long time ago. And just because of the bubble placement, it probably lasted about 10 seconds longer than it had to, which is exactly the amount of time that it would have taken to get both of the players up. And then once all three players up, that risk becomes so high for Team Pringles to go and push that. But here it's basically free. They're picking up so many kill points along the way. That's why they've been so successful. They are showing a lot of different versions of the way that they play. And that's the teams that are sitting over towards the top. That's what they do. And a lot of other teams are kind of only one-sided. They can only play the end zone, or they can only play the edge. A lot of other teams can play all of these different type of situations, like the Team Pringles, like the Team Razors, and we're seeing that today, and that's why they've been so consistent.
Yeah, and you highlight the rotation. It's Team Pringles that did a really good job at getting there at the right time, closing things up. They got 3 KP out of it too at the very end. Despite them showing up a little late to the party, they showed up right on time. And oof, yeah, just replaying that and seeing the Arc Star hit the corner of that dome. I definitely think that dome wanted to be on that high ground there too, and that's actually why Cheez-It took a lot of damage there. It was really specifically because of that placement. And when you go up the stairs like that, what's the first thing that's going to poke out of the dome? It's going to be your dome. So you're going to be taking a lot of damage from that. And unfortunately, just not being able to heal up on time. We saw that Battery versus Phoenix Kit battle for those meds. And at the very end, when you disengage from the Phoenix Kit, and they even try to body block by the door there too. I was actually just noticed that right now. That was smart on Team Intel's part, but just took a little too long in that fight.
Yeah, if you have the dome inside at the top of the stairs, you're able to, like you said, back in and out, but you had to just basically run right up. Not only that, you had to run past the Arc Star that you just threw at yourself. So unfortunately, we have to take a quick break because we're having a server reset. When we get right back, we're going to get game number 6 loaded in, and we're going to crown a champion here in our open day in Series E.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and I'm about to try some Pop-Tart Bites here, strawberry flavor. All right, let's crack this bad boy open. Here it is, strawberry flavor Pop-Tart Bite. Man, that's really good. Man, and I love how it's not too much. I love it that it's in a snack form. That way I can keep eating at my own pace rather than it being a huge Pop-Tart to eat. Wow, it's really good. If you want to try Pop-Tart Bites like I just did, or any type of Pop-Tart flavor, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo. Hey, what's up, guys? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts, and I'm about to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart. That is the best Pop-Tart by far. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash. It's fruit freshen.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series E. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. Sorry for the server reset. We're going to get right into game number 6 here very shortly, but we know the circumstances. We were just breaking everything down. We have a huge race going on for the top 4 to go into Season 3 without having to play through the qualifications. Talk us through that, Vicky. Which 3 teams is it, and which team do you have out is what I want to know.
So it's crazy because, you know, we have such a high anticipated last game of the night, and then why not just bring up that suspense and just draw it out with the servers helping it out all at the same time. And you take a look at the teams that we have currently left out. You know, some of these teams have crawled through these points. Team Razor now securing themselves in that top 3 position. And I have my eyes on this team specifically because they've been really making the comeback, of course, starting things things off with Team Pringles already looting things up here and sorting. And as they do get set up themselves, this is also another team that you want to keep your eyes out for, because it's just a matter for those 4 teams that you made note of earlier, and that gap is closing up on these teams. And talking about bringing the heat, it's not 3 squads now just fighting from the get-go. It's going to be Team Intel, though, that take the hottest building in town.
They're going for it over here. They are out for blood. They understand they need hundreds and hundreds of points to basically catch up. They are in 6th place. It's top 4. Can they do it? We've seen them play aggressive comps in the past. It wasn't just about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe it was a month ago. I kind of lose track of time the older I get. But, you know, Valkyrie wasn't in the meta, and it was Horizon. And they played this crazy Pathfinder Horizon Octane comp, and they dominated, and they just went off that entire week. Now they're going with something a little bit, you know, similar. Looks like they're playing a ranked game over here.
I would say a little unorthodox. I'm not used to seeing the Fuse and Revenant together. Meanwhile, though, it's goofballs who have lost their Gibby, and that's not, you know, the player that you want to be finding down first. And oh, gets 2v1 focus, gets melted down. Rockstar now have lost a member of themselves. Unfortunately, it's going to be Season 1 Wingman. Thankfully, those Senpais right there to the rescue, luckily getting that follow-up after Wingman had left them one, and is going to be able to get that res. I have to be wary, though, because Team Intel they're trying to clean things up a little bit here, but dancing around the knockdown shield, can he close things up? It's 3 members still left of Intel, and he doesn't win the trade. Metro goes down. Can they secure that and make it too? The way that he still has been able to survive this, Penders was actually too far away to really be of any assistance, maybe baiting out the drop from the high ground, securing the KP real quick, but they do the same thing, and he's so close to being one. Wow, the way that they just lost that, they trickled one by one, and it's Rockstar who come out on top. Despite Wingman being down first, they still win the 2v3.
I'm really curious how they staggered like that. It's like they all ran away and one person stayed, and then he's like, oh wait, you stayed? Oh yeah, I stayed. We landed here for a reason. Now they're getting shot again. This is the 5th party coming through. Pop-Tarts coming in hot. Don't microwave them. Put them in the toaster. Facts. I even saw you. Is that an inside joke that you have going on with someone too? Because I saw the tweet. I thought that was pretty funny.
I just knew it'd just be blasphemous, so I just said it, just, you know, because it's a mutual friend. So I'm like, yeah, you know, don't put it in the toaster oven, just microwave it. And then another friend came at me. They were like, no, you should just obviously pan fry it instead. I'm like, all right, we gotta stop with this. This
Yeah, pan fried Pop-Tarts with when you make your sandwich with Rice Krispie treats and Apple Jacks as well. Sounds like a gamer sandwich. Put Pringles in the middle, you'll be absolutely set. And it looks like Rice Krispie Treats, speaking of them, they're going to get into a little bit of a fight over here towards the side. They look like they maybe rotate over towards great. Oh my goodness. Blueberry with the PK purple bolt just going ham. Looks like he's starting to heat up over here. And they are looking pretty solid. I mean, that squad wipe was super, super impressive. It was one of our open teams over here, but that's one of our skilled open teams too. And they were able to drop them like flies. Lonely Fans, 2 second places out of 5 games, both times had the high ground, had the advantage, split up. If they were fighting like that, there's no chance they would have lost a game.
Yeah, especially if they know how to turn up that aggressive state like that we just saw right there. I feel like when you take a look at the open teams, OnlyFans is definitely that team that's got my attention. Now fighting, though, in this construction building over off the side of Fragment, Pop-Tarts now trying to contest this high ground, wants to get that good angle for the grenade, and scans them at the same time so that way he knows where they're going to reposition. Great idea here. He has the Arc Star, but doesn't want to fight that low to high ground battle. I like the way that they're forced off, though, and that's that Gibby bombardment that is not only going to control space, but force out the dome, and they have intel on that because they could clearly see the dome through the roof.
Oh man, if you see the dome through the roof right there, you could set it up towards the opposite side and then nade the opposite bubble right there, opposite side of the bubble, and then you could own all of the real estate and force them down. I'm surprised they didn't go for that play. Once they send the defensive bombardment, that's what you got to do. It's that sick hit. It looked like it was super close. The Wraith may have queued out. There goes the scan. The rest of the teammates are going to start to push up throughout all of this. And no, they don't push up. So you see Impulse going ham over here, but where's the plays from the rest of the squad over here? What's the play going to be for Lucas? Maybe a portal climb up could be a play, but now the defensive bombardment's down. It's kind of awkward city over here.
It's funny you say that too, because I mean, this skirmish is going on for so long, and in fragment of all heated places. Oh, and he just comes out with the dome. They're gonna ape the Gibby, and they do. They take him down, and the other two members were so busy on the other side. They split some of attention, but it's a 2 for 2 now. It's a matter of closing things up, and that wingman shot is gonna absolutely do it. That's what we call the wing dude, and they're gonna be able to get stomps right back into the action. Meanwhile, though, we got Rice Krispie Treats fighting for this train ground and taking control over the tunnel right on top of staging, and they have to be wary because they are in circle, so it's nice they have a jump pad to reposition, but it's a matter of if another team is going to rotate on the other side of staging, coming in from train yard, so they got to keep their eyes peeled here. While it looks like they're not trying to overextend, they do seem pretty nice on Evo shields, considering they have 2 purples and a blue, and there's still 11 squads left.
Really curious what the rest of the gun combinations are too, because you see the Volt EVA 8 coming through, and you would probably think that Bird has to have something more along, medium long range, because this is such a run and gun combo right there, and you're going to need diversity on your team in terms of the way that people are able to position and fight and how you need to have a presence. So I think that right now I don't see Bird really poking or getting interested. It looks like he's more interested in going in bubble crafting.
This is interesting. Okay. He doesn't want to get pressured from that high ground that the team was shooting at him from, but I wonder if this is going to detail to us that they are low on meds. They need these materials, and if they do end up winning this fight, that's going to be the material loot that they could utilize for the rest of the game, at least until they find themselves in another skirmish. But it's just a matter of intel, and they're getting some of that positioning too, and it looks like another squad may have taken a shot over there, unless that was just my screen acting up, but you could see that team is backing off a little bit now, as we could see them through that flooring, and it's going to be Rice Krispie Treats that are just holding over to that side room. And you can take a look at the map now. That squad that held that high positioning by staging is backing off, but there's another squad that's going to meet them up real shortly, and it looks like Gordo is going to be off to the side. Pop-Tarts now, they're getting hit by a bombardment of arc stars. It took a little bit, but Impulse only got hit for that one bit, and he has to get out of the situation now because he doesn't have the ability to void out of that bombardment. He's gonna have to force out the dome to come out from his own Gibby, and that's gonna be Stomps to help him out.
I like that dome coming through. I wanted to know how they were going to play that one, but we're jumping on board with Team Cheez-It because we know the race is coming through for the top 4 positions, and this is an extremely, extremely important amount of points that could go their way. But Prodigy Aces takes a lot of damage. That's going to be 100. He's going to have to hit a battery throughout all of this. Rakadishu and Joey Blackout are there with cover fire, but they're going to just bail out. Prodigy Aces actually Q's down below. He's going to try to live throughout all of this. You do see that blue armor. That looks like it got swapped out by someone that got a bot earlier, and then Prodigy Aces does hit a couple of cells. So they do retreat back on over towards Harvester and stay alive. That's pretty important for Team Cheez-It, but the way that they were playing aggressive, it looked like they wanted to take that fight, and then all of a sudden Prodigy Aces just got lit up.
Yeah, you saw that they got scanned over to the side too, so having to reposition and now regroup all together. Team Pop-Tarts, they're trying to find a skirmish. They're not trying to overextend. They have that wingman at the ready, so that's heavy damage that could come out if they do manage to click on some of those heads. Now it's a matter of the scan, though, coming out to find that intel, and they know where they're split up a little bit, too. Team Pop-Tarts, though, they have to be wary because there's still another team on the other side of Harvester, especially with squads rotating over from staging.
Yeah, I'm curious where the zone's going to go. I'm not quite sure where it's going to pull. I mean, everyone that was postured over towards staging, it looked staging originally, and then when we saw that most recent map overview, it really could go anywhere, in my opinion. I'm sure a couple people in the chat may have an idea where this one's going to go, but Team Pop-Tarts, they are in a very awkward situation where Lucas being so split from his team. Fortunately for them, doesn't look like anyone's coming over down behind the choke. That could be a tough spot because then you're forced to be filtered into the teams that are already gatekeeping in front of you. So they're trying to wait for other players to get distracted for what's in front of them. Nice shot coming in from Lucas on the player flying through the air, but they're really hoping that some sort of opportunity presents itself, and maybe these players flying in will distract.
Yeah, players flying in and quite literally putting themselves on a silver platter for the rest of the squads that are hanging out in Harvester, because now they put themselves in a sandwiching position and they're on the low ground, but you can't ignore over to your side. Bambino's taken out and it's Ronnie who gets scanned. Oh, this is not a situation you want to be in when now you're forced into a rat cam situation. As Cheez-Its diving all the way down, cleaning things up, and building up some KP for themselves. Cheez-Its also now have taken over the high ground, and while they make their way over, they still have to be aware of the other squads over to the side. Let's not have a situation number 2 going down where you get pressured off of the high ground, and it's Team Pop-Tarts that have lost stomps, now forced out Beasts of the Hunt, and they could utilize these scans so that way the pressure's on. They don't want to try to overextend since they know that the squad will know where their location is, but they dirty the Gibby, and now they have to recover Stomps' banner. Don't know if they're going to have time to do that. I mean, it's in the circle, but they're still trying to prevent the other squad outside to rotate safely into the circle.
Really, once Nestle Splash flew in, it created so much chaos inside the middle here. And Nestle Splash has a little bit to learn with the Valkyrie composition. That's something that you can't really do, is expect to fly in for free over there, as Rakinishu and Team Cheez-It are picking up some super valuable points. Really nicely done by taking this side angle. You love to see it. Rakinishu just holding things down with his gun shield, and his teammates are spread out. If they want to go and push the other side of the rock, they could, because they know that they have the number advantage. So they're going to decide how they want to approach this one. Nice little 50 spray on the player going up the ramp. But if they want to go, ooh, man, he took, what was that? 110 to the side.
I don't even know. I'm thinking maybe a Sentinel. I'm not too sure, but that was hefty damage, and it forced out the dome, so that's great right there. Luckily, they do have that bunker that they could hang out in. Meanwhile, in the world of Applejacks, it's going to be dodging bombardment, and they have some materials from a box that they could work with. Did someone go into circle here, though? It looks like they're waiting things out a little bit. See the smoke coming in, and looks like as they do manage to get out of the situation, it's going to be Applejacks that have some KP to work with. They have the portal for repositioning, and luckily the circle is right there, but they're going to be waiting by the edge to see if any stragglers come by.
Yeah, Applejacks is always looking for some kill opportunities over here. It was Cheez-It and Applejacks sitting at the top of the leaderboards, then all of a sudden Team Razor started popping off today, and it's 7 points between these 3 teams. So things are going to get crazy here, as all of them are surviving. But right now it's Team Cheez-It who's having the best game here in game number 6. So who's going to be able to win this one? We'll find out. A couple other solid open teams still here too. But this is starting to slow down big time. I mean, the pace that we had in game number 4 and 5 were absolutely ridiculous. Now things really starting to heat up as Applejacks is looking to pick up the stragglers over towards the side, and that zone is going to burn a little bit. So if you're able to get some flesh damage, you should be able to easily pick up this kill. We'll see how many medkits that player has.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how this is going to really work out for them. They're going long around the circle, and round 3 is about to close out, and you currently still have Applejacks circle keeping you. I mean, I don't know how they're going to be able to escape the circle there. And Applejacks are going to prioritize getting into the circle themselves. And they currently see the dome being pulled out over by the other side of staging. So that's intel for them to know that there's a team located there that are potentially getting shot down. And they are by a Valkyrie and a charge rifle over to the other side that you see Applejacks repositioning for. And they did that.
And there it is. Buffers dies to the ring. Well, that's a really important point to make, because that player was trying, as we do have some fighting happening over towards this respawn building, but Applejacks can't be, you know, forced to make a mistake because another player is in a situation where they're really trying to survive and maybe ratting it out, because that's a desperate situation. Applejacks, they have to be really smart about this and understand we need to make our rotation through. There could be some killer opportunities over here. We hear some shots, we see some fighting, and see some action. We're going to go here and poke our head over towards the top of the bridge and take this commanding position. I mean, having the high ground and owning all of this is absolutely huge for Team Applejacks.
Yeah, this is a great position. This is the best position that I would like to be. But they don't know where the next circle is gonna pool, so that's gonna be something that you want to keep your eyes for. And the Octane jump pad into portal. Are they about to jump into this dome? Stop them from getting over to that care package. I mean, it may be too late. Backing off, they're taking some damage. Is gonna be Applejacks, and they try to play that really smartly, but if they're not too careful here, they have to be wary of the team that's in Harvester. You currently have 2 teams now hanging on to that high ground that overlooks that low ground of Harvester, and some trading situation going in too. So meanwhile, while Pop-Tarts has this side room, it's going to be Applejacks that is going to be right behind them, overlooking all the rest of this area. So now it's just a matter of keeping that team that's on that low ground at bay to prevent them from pushing onto the train tracks and shove Applejacks off so that way they could take this position.
I was wondering if Applejacks was going for a cheeky little kidnap. Imagine kidnapping the person that just picked up the weapon out of the crate. That would have been amazing. Speaking of weapons out of a crate, it's the Kraber in the hands of Fury. We were asking for Pringles to have a Kraber in the previous game. Well, guess what? They got one. And let's see what they're able to do with it. Fresh off of their Game 5 number win. Trying to do back-to-back-to-back over here. It was Cheez-It, Razor, Pringles. That's my prediction. And they do have a little bit of zone to run towards, though, Vicky. This is going to be a tough spot. Are they going to go for the crazy yeet, or are they going to play this one safe and walk the lane?
Oh, but Fury took so much damage. I mean, they may not even have a choice at this point. There is a scan that looked like it came from the low ground, maybe? Luckily, pulled out the battery, and yeah, it is the low ground. There are people down there, and they have to be wary of that squad coming up from behind them if they don't push on the squad that's in that building. Luckily, they have the truck and the rock for some cover, so that will provide them some advantage on this ground. They may want to just play this patiently, wait for the ring to close, and wait to see where this squad underneath them may rotate to, so that way they don't get too ahead of themselves. And if that Bloodhound that's on the low ground that keeps scanning them gets the information that one of them goes down, then it could be lights out for Pringles with that aggressive push from that low ground. But Pringles now, they don't want to be messed with. Instead, they're going to bring the fight over to that low ground here, and they're going to maintain this position.
This is risky because the team in the building could always just swoop around. Right now, you have to kind of be patient, and you can't afford to do anything too crazy over here. You have to wait for these other teams to get impatient and make mistakes, and then you could do something. Obviously, you're looking for opportunities. You want to try to Kraber people. You want to look for people that are out of position. But the really last thing you want to do is probably charge this team inside of the building, because right now you have to kind of coexist with this team over towards your side, and then all the teams that are out in the open, those are the teams that you're kind of looking to punish. Is you do see a little bit of the bleed through change right there. Old Gibraltar, he just would have ate that one.
Yeah, that arm shield would have just laughed at your face right there, as Gibby does with his voice lines. But, you know, at least adding in some pressure, it's about making a statement, you know? And that's what we've seen Fury do with the Kraber. Meanwhile, though, you talk about patience, and I definitely agree. That is the name of the game here for this team, as the circle is going to close in about 10 seconds now, and Pringles, they're not in it, and this is ring 5, so it's going to hurt. Luckily, they have the jump pad, and they're making moves out here right around the team. Is that a rat? What's going on? Fury trying to get that out, but they have the dome and the bombardment's over their heads, and despite that rat hanging onto that corner, they managed to put on some damage here. Unfortunately for them, though, Pringles, it's a 3-man squad, and they're going to be the ones to come out on top.
Hey, shout out to that rat. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Tomcat rat cam on that player to find out who it was, but whoever that was put up a pretty good fight. All right, imagine you're just chilling there. You've been just a peaceful little rodent for quite some time, and then three Tomcats start flying at you trying to exterminate you, okay?
All through a jump pad too, so you just saw your life flash before your eyes. Talking about that, though, we have a Gibby down from Team Razor, and this is the team that really wants to shine within this last game, especially seeing how they've been able to do so far tonight with 6 squads left. Gold backpack, they're going to be able to pull off the res. Luckily, have that dome at the ready to keep the rest of Razor safe, but it's going to be that team that has that high ground. I think that's Team Applejacks, if they didn't leave that positioning. And there, again, we talk about how nice it is to sit pretty here while you see the chaos unfold right in front of you between the rest of these squads that are left.
You can see Razor trying to survive down over towards the bottom. They're fighting Lonely Fans. Another team inside. You have Aves up towards the high ground. Applejacks holding over towards the high ground. Rice Krispie Treats over towards the bottom of the picture-in-picture. Crazy amount of players all lined up over here. How is Serial alive through all this? He's using the knockdown shields. He has 00 negative over there healing. That's going to be Blueberry coming through. Aves is helping as well. And it looks like Lonely Fans down 2 players, though, as Blueberry is taking some damage. He is hitting a battery over towards the bottom side of your screen. You can see as Rice Krispie Treats is the team just laying in damage. It's Tech with the bow, having the high ground. You can see the zone where it's pulling as well. Full 3-on-3 over here. Never mind. It is a 3-on-3 with just 2 teams. Nice shot from Tech.
Yeah, that was really good, man. That bow check just does so much damage too. So now Rice Krispie Treats, they're looking great now on this high ground as the circle has isolated that train track that we had seen Applejacks hanging out on, and the fight is getting brought on. It's RKT, Rice Krispie Treats versus Applejacks. 1v1 between the 2 Bloodhounds. Red Evil Shield don't attack Candy, and he gets taken down. It's Applejacks that managed to come out on top, and what a performance from this team that we've seen tonight.
That is so big for Applejacks. They need those points. It's only 7 points between 3 teams. With that win, they secured an extra 6 points for their team. What a job from Applejacks. They closed it out. I mean, we had our open day, you know, it was absolutely ridiculous. Our partner teams performed today. Vicky, it was a blast having you. Did you enjoy those games?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Honestly, whenever I see some good Apex, I just always enjoy it overall. Between last week and with Jamerson and now with UT Squared, it's just been a fantastic time to see what these teams are doing in a last-minute squall, because, again, this is week number 10, and time is shortly running out here for some of these teams to secure that top 4 spots to maintain themselves within their team and also go on to Season 3, so that way they could all stick together as a team.
That's right. We got to tally up those leaderboards. I'm glad that's not my job. We're going to take a quick break, get that handled, and we'll be right back to crown the winner of our open day today in Series E.
All right. Hey guys, my name's Stomps. I'm a Gibraltar main, and I'm our Fight IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. And I prefer using the Scout Mastiff in team fights. The Scout's your mid-long range. It's kind of the best of both worlds, and then the Mastiff's just nasty up close and bub fights.
On 1, but it looks like Team Razor are able to recover here, and so we're back down to a 3v3. The full push out from Pop-Tarts as they push the low. Huge damage with that PK, but they lose out on impulse. Teams here, as it looks like Team Liquid are getting pushed by Pop-Tarts.
We mainly land Geyser for ALGS, GLL, or even our open nights at Esports Arena. It has the best of both worlds in terms of rotations and loot. We take the 2 no-name POIs next to Geyser and sorting. We just kind of take that whole section of the map to ourselves. Now on Pro Night, we go to Overlook, so we don't have to get test EU teams like 303, or if any team wants to land there. That way we have still the best of both worlds with our no-name and quick rotations out. Go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo. All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for Series E?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. It is Pop-Tarts Week. I am your host, Yeso, and Game 6. What a great finish to the day. Team Applejacks grabbing a dub there. We saw big shifts happening into those partner team standings, and that's Team Applejacks trying to keep Team Razor and Cheez-Its at bay, trying to hold on to that top 4 slot, and that win is certainly going to help their case. We will check out the Mobile One leaderboard to see how things shook out when Vicky, Kitty, and T-Squared returned, but let's check out our post-game stats here for the final game of the day. Aves continuing to hold up really strong for this Applejack squad, but Rolder's in the numbers department looking good here to close the day. 4 kills for him to take kill leader for game number 6, over 1,200 damage. Another one of those slower, less action games, but they played it out well, get into that final circle, able to clutch it up and finish the day strong. So good work there from Applejacks. We'll have to see if they can keep things rolling into tomorrow night when the competition gets more stiff. We got all those pro squads coming out to compete with our 9 partner teams, so things are only going to get more difficult as the week continues. So definitely keep an eye on Team Applejacks, Pringles, Razor, and Cheez-Its, all other squads who won games today. Definitely strong performances from our partnered squads. We'll just see if they can keep it rolling and see if we don't have to wait until Season 3 to get another partnered squad coming out on top of a pro night, right? Last week, Rice Krispies Treats was the first partnered squad to do it since Season 1. We know these squads can do it. We'll just have to see them continue the momentum into tomorrow night. That's going to do it for me tonight, folks. When we come back, though, Vicky, Kitty, and T-Squared will close out the show.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Hey, what's up? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts.
My name's Lucas.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and if I could make any Pop-Tart flavor,
It would have to be creme brulee because that is my favorite dessert.
I would create sweet potato pie.
I'd do a strawberry cheesecake. You see, you grab the strawberry frosting, you throw it on top, and the filling's just straight cheesecake.
I grow them on my farm. They're nice and delectable. And on Thanksgiving, instead of making the pie, you just eat a Pop-Tart.
It's like my favorite dessert, and if I had that in a snack form, oh, we'd be set for life.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Whew. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles. Make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series Z. We just got done with game number 6. It was Applejacks closing it out in some really exciting fashion. Vicky and T-Square, we brought the action all night. Vicky, I'm glad that you enjoyed the games. It was a blast casting with you. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, though, and find out who actually won this thing, because it was an intense battle all throughout, but it was Razor coming through with the dub.
Oh, and pop the confetti here, because Team Razor, this is a great situation for them, especially with the way the outcome is going to turn out for the cumulative points overall throughout the season. And with Team Razor taking that #1 spot so far tonight, 94 points, but look at how close Team Applejacks was. 85 points in total, and the way that they performed taking that last game was a statement maker right there. And I would love to see more of that going on to next week for week number 11 of the Series E Open.
And you can see Team Pringles kind of tagging along there. They've been consistent the entire time. It's no surprise that these are the teams kind of sitting at the top of the leaderboard in terms of our cumulative points, just like you were talking about, because it's going to continue to get more and more intense. We're going to have more matches that are happening for our pro day tomorrow, and it's every Tuesday and Wednesday. So make sure that y'all are tuning in for that one. And we had one heck of a day today. We are going to have another one tomorrow because the lobby is going to be even more stacked. Let's take a look at the 1v1 high performance of our final match. Rice Krispie Treats going and dropping down throughout all this. You can see Bird was fairly weak. And maybe if they all drop down at the same time, Vicky, we've been seeing this kind of be a theme from our teams that are losing. They end up going in staggered.
Yeah, and you saw that punch at the very end. What you would think here from Rice Krispie Treats to win, they actually lost a trade right there. And it could have been because the ending animation of the punch lasted a little too long to allow that one shot to connect, to tack on the pressure, and make that Evo Shield difference to really come into play here. While we rewatched it again, you could see it happen through the bow landing its mark, but missing those 3 shots. I mean, at the very end, Applejacks, they had that in the bag, and now they're rounding the corner with some of those extra points. But it's going to be Team Razor who comes out on top as the winners for tonight, week number 10 within the Open Series E Apex Legends tournament.
It also comes down to the weapons that you have right there, too. I think I would take the R301 over the bow, but you never know. The bow goes ham, so I'm not surprised to see people try to use that one up close. But yes, congratulations to Team Razor. Vicky, it was a pleasure on behalf of everybody at Esports Arena, the production crew. Thanks for watching, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow for our Pro Day.